spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Lau. Ubaga Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka has questioned the government's report into the death of former Chief of Defence Staff and Forces, the late General Francis Ogola, calling for an independent parliamentary inquiry into the matter. Speaking in Wingi, Kitui County, Kalonzo said there is need for a more transparent and credible investigation into the helicopter crash that claimed the life of General Ogola in April last year in Elgeyo Marakwet. Kalonzo also raised concerns about the increasing number of fatal military aircraft accidents, calling on Parliament to lead an inquiry into the matter. The Archbishop of the Anglican Church in the country, Jackson Olesepit, has urged political leaders to stop making harsh remarks following the controversial play that is The Echoes of War by Butere Girls High School. Olesepit says politicians should instead find alternative ways to engage with the public to avoid political hit, as well as be ready to accept criticism from Kenyans. Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen defended the decision to stop the performance of the play written by former UDA Secretary General Cleophas Malala, citing it as a move to protect students from what he described as corrupt political ideology. This comes as the Kenya Human Rights Commission has filed an application to pressurize the National Festival Committee to allow students from Butere Girls High School to perform the play. Two Mombasa County government officials have been suspended as investigations continue into the demolition of the 9-story building that killed Yusuf Ali Abdi. His body, which had been missing for 11 days, was recovered from the rubble yesterday and later buried in Kikoani area of Mombasa. The family of the deceased, led by Liban Hassan, spoke of the agony they endured during the nearly 2-week-long search. Mombasa Governor Abdul Swamad Sharif Nasir has assured the public that an independent task force leading the investigation has collected several samples during the investigation as part of its technical assessment. The demolition marked a historic event, considering it was the first time explosives were used in a controlled demolition in the country. As a precautionary measure, the county has suspended 20 additional construction projects. And in the international scene, an Amnesty International report documents the use of rape as a weapon of war by the Rapid Support Forces, a paramilitary military group that has for the last 2 years been engaged in a civil war against the Sudan armed forces. The report documents the experiences of 16 women, the majority of whom are refugees in Uganda, who lived through hell at the hands of RSF fighters. Last month, UNICEF reported to the UN Security Council that in 2024, 221 cases of rape against children were documented in 9 states of Sudan, 147 survivors being girls and 33% boys. Disturbingly, 16 of the children were under the age of 5, including 4 one-year-olds. One of the cases documented in the Amnesty International report, titled "They Raped All of Us," is that of Batul, not her real name, a mother of 6. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
(102.5) SpiceFM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, staki kuongea today. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Welcome to SpiceFM, the best exclusive radio station bringing you the best mix of the best music ever. Traffic.
Taking a look at what's happening on the roads today. A quick look at traffic coming off of Monday morning and getting into things proper today. All right, the thicker superhighway always gives. And here we are with a little bit of traffic that's forming as you're trying to find your way through towards the CBD. It won't be too bad coming off of Ombaso Road, at least not for now. And it's actually clear in most other parts, coming off of Ngong Road, coming off of Westlands, Wairimu Way. That doesn't look too bad right now. Kangunda Road, very busy right there at Outer Ring. In and outbound traffic is finding its way to Njiro and then in from Njiro as well. Looking good on the eastern bypass as you come through towards North Airport Road. So we're just starting off Monday morning. Let's see how it looks. Join us and help us to get through it. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Talking to myself. Very, very good morning to you. Getting into a new week, a new morning, and it is Holy Week. for those of us who celebrate Easter. Very good morning to you. Dennis, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Good morning, good morning. You had a good weekend?
I had a good weekend. I attended a wedding yesterday. So, yeah.
Well done. Yeah. Okay, that's good.
I was there to cheer in the newlyweds and wish them success.
Fantastic. Yeah. CD?
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning, Do.
How are you?
Well.
You're well?
Yes.
Okay. Super. The weekend was those ones?
It was definitely those ones.
Which ones?
The normal ones. Ask again.
Which ones?
The normal ones.
You pretty much just chill, yeah?
Yeah. There's a music, there's a song. Gosh.
What instrument is that?
I am.
Which ones?
Gosh.
Okay.
The normal ones. Ask again.
Sorry.
Yeah.
There we go. Technology sometimes will just tell you, I'm here, and you have to pay attention to me regardless of what you want to do. So that's what we're trying to do, sort that out. Dennis is still asking you which ones, or we have moved on?
He was asking a question. Ask him if he's moved on.
Oh, have you moved on?
I have moved on.
Oh,
I have moved on.
Okay.
Yes. We accept and we move on.
Accept and we move on. Hey, okay. Well, now that we have confirmed that Nyinyi Muko Salama, Sisi Wote Tuko Salama, there are a number of conversations that we will have this morning, and let me tell you what not some, but what all of those will be. Sawa. All right. So starting us off at 7 o'clock, we will have a conversation around understanding Trump's new tariffs. Okay, there are new tariffs, and in response to his announcement of these new tariffs, others in the world said, okay, well, thanks. We're in this pool together. How about we all show you how we can swim or sink? So there was a rebuttal by China and all of this happens. But what does it actually mean for the rest of the world? An impact on Kenya's economy is what we'll be looking at today with Dr. Alex Kamau Maina, who is a business consultant. And we'll be looking at what that all means from 7 o'clock. And then at 8 o'clock, the chairman of the Independent Policing Oversight Authority is Ahmed Isaac Hassan, and he's going to join us at 8. We're going to be looking at police versus the public, promoting accountability and transparency. So many things that we need to look at. We heard the other day that the court ruled that the committee that was supposed to see and institute police reforms under Justice Emeritus Maraga was declared unconstitutional. What does all of this mean? So the chairman of IPOA will come. He'll have a conversation with us at 8. And then we're going to round things off at 9 o'clock with Dr. Walter Obita, who is the country director at Mary Stopes. Why sexual and reproductive health rights must be central in the development agenda. And that usually when you think about the development agenda, you think about, food, you think about infrastructure development, you think about, you never ever, well, maybe some people do, but it's not top of mind when you think about, sexual and reproductive health, or rather rights, as a way towards development. Those are the conversations that we'll have this morning at 7, 8, and 9. Hoping everybody had a weekend, and we're getting into Holy Week after celebrating Palm Sunday yesterday, and certain things that then come into play as we get in towards Easter. So happy Holy Week, as it were. And even as we do, we will say hello to you because we know that folks are already clicking into Kenya's biggest conversation this Monday, the what? 14th
yes.
of April. Today's that day when EPRA is going to do the thing, and we'll know whether fuel prices will stabilize, or rather stay where they are, whether they will go up or whether they will drop. Let's see what happens with that. And we can see that you're all getting into the room this morning. So how about we say a quick hello to you? And, look, I say it every day, but it doesn't get tired. That we're really very, very grateful and privileged that you join us in the room every morning when you do. And tell us this morning where you're tuned in from, and say a big hello to us as we then say that hello right back to you. Shall we? All right. So Mwalimu Danson says, good morning, Ndu. Yani, you decided to be a Kenyan by choice. Oh, God, now so I see I didn't know that this thing will reach like that. But we just have to continue, Abby. Nut Ndung says, good morning to you. Michael Olande is tuned in from Kigali. It's a cold morning. Cold is like what? Tell us. Also, Jimmy Wekesa is tuned in this morning. Cyprian Kambuni says, good morning from Dayton in Minnesota. Good morning, says Isaiah Tuwei. How are you, Ndu, CT and Dennis?
Salama sana, shukuru.
Salama.
Thank you, please. The echoes of conspiracy well articulated in the broad bread. You actually wrote bread-based conspiracy, which was cemented in Siaya by the conspirators agreeing. Okay. Don Sabo, good morning. I see you. Robert Bogo says good morning from Ombaso. Pokeni salamu kutoka pwani ya Kenya, says Peter Kiarie. I'm having oga for breakfast. It is not possible that you do that unless, eggs are bread are called oga where you come from are. Oga actually means boss, So
okay.
Engineer Karaoke says good morning from Memphis in Tennessee. I hope your weekend went well. Well, tunashukuru, as Aseto would say. Tula says good morning from Colchester. George Adimo says good morning for Spice FM. You witnessed a grand wedding. Akimi, I think you guys type the way you talk. Good morning from Toronto is where Oliver Otieno is tuning in from this morning. And Eunice Okello says, good morning, Team Spice. From Bonnie Lake in Washington is where John Mungai is tuned in from and says, good morning, good people. Tell the politicians we've heard enough. We want to see action. We will tell them. Good morning, my people. CT, Princess Ndu, good morning. Dennis and Ednah. Ednah, wave at the people. Thank you very much. She's even done for you thumbs up. Mr. Ruto responds to Mr. Sifuna that he needs to be disciplined for talking about Butere girls being tear gassed. Kenya Yeti back to 1969. Yeah, that was an interesting exchange between them, was it not?
Yes.
Happy Monday, Spices. As a parent, sad how Butere girls were tear gassed. So unfair. Monica Oile, we see you. Good morning. Greetings from South B, says Alex Gatoto. Good morning to you. Hisa Daniel says, good morning, Spice. And Rose Grace is loving us from Tamu. Good morning, sister. Guten Morgen from Doha, Princess Ndu, Dennis, and CT. Benedito says, good morning. Ask CT if the Luo culture is fading away by adopting the Nigerian one in our weddings. How?
The Nigerian what?
The Nigerian culture.
Adopting it how?
I wonder, my brother. I don't know.
There is a wedding that happened over the weekend.
Oh, the outfits.
Yeah, the outfits. So one would say now the local culture in terms of our dress code and whatnot is being taken over by the Nigerian.
So when we used to wear suits and ties and bow ties, was the culture being overtaken?
I don't know.
Okay, I know that dress is a part of culture, but would you say that it's overtaking it by...
But question would be, City, maybe you didn't know, was there any dress code for the Luo community, really?
Apart from the skins.
Okay, but that was pretty much every other African
We didn't have a tradition for weaving or making garments. We didn't have it. So the traditional dress, so to speak of, you could only imitate what it was that was considered tradition, and that's why I went to the skin. Yes, exactly. But beyond that, no, not really.
I think the only thing about the Luo culture that has maintained is when the traditional dancers wear, now that they have feathers, the sisal and whatnot, and that has continued over.
And headgear.
Yes.
And certain hats that people had. Yes, that was traditional. Some beaded hats and so forth, yes. But the thing about culture is that it's dynamic.
Absolutely, it's not static.
No, it is not. It is not. It's not. It also seeks to meet needs that people have.
Yeah.
So, if you consider the dynamism of culture, the fact that somebody or a group of people have decided to gear up in what is known as a traditional Nigerian wear, that is all praise to African traditional wear.
Absolutely. Yes. I think so.
It's not as though they dress in those garbs on a daily basis. It was a celebratory moment, and that is how they sought to celebrate it, yes.
Yeah.
True. I agree with that, actually. My favorite Kenyans, two of you, and the Nigerian. My Kericho is raining, like it's saying kwaheri to someone. Okay, we see you, Ken Korir. Robinson Kisero says, from Hong Kong, when I see how the president was dismissive in Siaya, it worried me. The level of disengagement this regime has with its people. To them, everything works, and we are only crybabies. Just can you see that things are being done? Well, every time complaining.
But that's the whole point of a give and take.
Isn't it?
Yes, somebody says their bit, somebody else says their bit. They disagree, and then you say your bit in disagreement, they say their bit.
And then we see how we find the middle ground.
See how you find a way forward, yes.
The good thing is, at least the president listened and heard what Kenyans are saying. So, it's good.
Well done. Dennis, that's a very good point. To respond, it means you listen.
Exactly.
And you heard.
And you know.
And you knew there was a need to respond, and you responded. So this thing of he doesn't listen, Wacheni, he listens.
Sawa. Rogers Lai says good morning. Shikamo Mze City. Sabalheri nyote. When you say Sabalheri, is what? Good morning. Or what is that?
Sabalheri is like a greeting.
Actually, it's not. It's Arab. It's Arabic roots.
It's Swahili.
Yes, Swahili has very issued immense Arabic influence.
It does.
Even salam.
Salam. Yeah, salam, because we have it's also in Hausa. Salam is peace.
Yes, so it is Bantu dialects mixed with what? Arabic.
It is.
Yes, that's what Swahili is all about.
Same thing like Hausa. It's Bantu with mixed with Arabic, essentially. We have a lot of the same words. Dunia is the same. You guys, in Hausa, we say shai, you say chai. We say sabuni. You say sabuni. We say sabulu.
Oh.
It's like it's the same.
Even though we have a word for soap. Sabun.
Sabun.
The eye you throw away.
Oh. Good morning, Spice, says Martin. We see you. Martin Muremi says good morning. And me and Movic says good morning, team. Hi, Spice FC watchers and the situation. Good morning, Gypsy and Gore. Chamgay, my beautiful people, tuned in from Nairobi. Good morning to you, Anne. Always good to have you here. Jimmy Munuthi is tuned in from Naivasha. And to our queen and our king. Okay, good morning. Crowns tipped. Soldier Boy says, I'm just depressed that while in Africa, Easter is good fun. Can you imagine here in America, they decide to brand it for weed smoking weekend? Whoa, low.
Weed smoking weekend?
Yeah.
Okay.
Something is rising, for sure.
It's legal.
Where in the US does this happen?
I don't know. Where exactly are you, soldier? Tell us.
Because that is a place that should be open to tourism.
Isn't it just?
Yes, people who are inclined towards matters floating in the air.
You want to be high?
Yes.
Above something.
Yes.
Okay. Carol Nyambura says good morning, and Atupenda Sana, wishing you a blessed day ahead. Thank you so much, Carol. Dennis, hope you are not legless at the wedding. What does that mean?
I actually have certificates being a great dancer in high school 4 years straight. So yeah.
You can dance?
Yeah.
When the man says he can dance, just believe him.
Sawa basi.
And don't go into details. Yes.
I feel you. I know what you're doing.
Exactly.
You know. I have been around you long enough to know exactly what you're doing right now. Good morning, blessed week, everybody, says Berin Ogema. It's so nice to see different names and different faces in the room every day and just keep growing this family. Matthew Kidara says, hi, Indo team. Greetings from Indiana. Best radio show in Kenya. Asante Sana. Paul Njehia says, how are you, my queen? Indo? I am fine. Thank you. Pass regards to CT and Dennis. CT and Dennis, regards have been passive.
Regards received.
Bas. You see? Good morning, team. Spice. Chile Mombasa Road. Okay, like right here in Kenya, Nairobi rather. Good morning from Garissa, says Wairimu. Good morning to you. Did I miss anybody up there? Owen Emolu says from Boito. Where's Boito? Please do a show on the failed report on the crash of General Ogola. Okay. Where's Boito?
I do not know.
Tell us where Boito is. Luos act like Nigerians. How? Nyakundi Emmanuel says, good morning, Team Spice, tuning from KNH. For a moment, I thought it was a Nigerian wedding. Which one? The one where Dennis went to? It was not. Cindy?
It was not.
Okay, thanks. Good morning, Spice, girls and boys. The unfolding in the nation can create a very nice movie. Malala should think of doing a movie from the happenings in Kenya. Good morning, Mudoka. John Gishuki says, good morning, hi, Situation Room community. I also like that you guys are talking amongst yourselves here. It's great. Our Defender says, good morning, Spice, tuned in this morning. Okay, let me see if I can get through all of you today. Noor Abdullah says, good morning from Stockholm. And Adenja Barasha says, Mkoje watu, tuko salama. Pan-African says, the Proto-Kiswahili language was a pure Bantu language. Yes, it was. Before any Arab influence. Okay, sawa. Andrew Chira says, good morning, guys. How comes Muko soon come considering 300k for guzzlers while our kids want to somewhere nje? Yeah, okay, sawa. Owen, good morning. Paul, good morning, everyone. Oh, you're saying that Boito is in Bomet. Yeah, okay. You guys should decide. Owen says it's in Bomet. Another one says it's in Nakuru. Maybe there's a Boito in each county.
Possible.
It's very possible.
Like the name Majengo.
Yes.
You find Majengo in
Makutano.
Yes, you find in very many parts of the country.
Kisumundogo, Konambaya.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's possible that it could be anywhere. Possible. Okay, fantastic. It's great to have you guys in the room every morning. Asante sana for joining us as you normally do. CT, where are we off to this week?
We're still in the SADC nations, group of nations, and we are in the Republic of Malawi.
Oh, Malawi.
Yes, Malawi.
Blantyre.
Yes. Interesting country this.
Very.
Yes. There are those who say that the name Malawi was derived from a lake. The meaning of that word that was derived from is actually flame or fire. But what they say is that it actually came from a lake, goodness gracious me, Malawi. Prior to colonialism, there was a confederation of two communities, the Chewa and the Nyanga. It was called the Maravi. That region, they had a name. Okay, so there are those who argue that's where the name comes from. But before it was Malawi, it was Nyasaland. Now, again, there is a community, okay, in Malawi called the Chiao. Now, the Chiao, in their language, Nyasa means lake. So when the Muzungu came, when they probably asked the locals what that was, and they probably said Nyasa, and so they said, okay, this is Lake Nyasa. So
Nyasa.
Yeah, so it became Lake Nyasa. Okay, it's amazing about names, isn't it?
I'm telling you.
Right. Malawi, this country is interesting. It was a one-party state until around 1995. There's a president there called Hastings Kamuzu Banda.
Kamuzu Banda.
Yeah, Kamuzu Banda was one of these presidents who declared himself president for life.
Yeah, he said, I'm here. So?
Yes, and he was almost taken at his word. But anyway, multipartism brought in very many changes. Some presidents staying for 4 years, some 2 years, and life goes on. But the bane of the existence of this particular country, again, it's not a country that is poor in terms of natural resources, no, but the corruption, the bane of the existence of our continent, profound. But we will unravel this as we go along. Wisdom is like mushrooms that come after you have finished eating. Wisdom is like mushrooms that come after you have finished eating. Mushrooms are very tasty.
They're a delicacy.
Yes. That is if you don't get the poisonous variety.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it's like that when you're like, oh, drat. Then you figure it out later.
Yeah.
It's a delicate morsel that comes and you're like, oh man.
Why you bring it down?
I wish I had it when, I was having the rest of this other experience. Could I have applied wisdom to that experience previously? I would have enjoyed it
I would have eaten and left a little space for the mushrooms. But this one, you're so full, you're breathing through your mouth. So
and you're dumb.
And you're not even thinking. You've suspended all other activities of the brain.
Speaks of patience and expectations and just waiting for what is to come.
Yes. Not being too taken up by the moment. Understanding that there is a moment after the moment. Clever.
Right. I like that proverb.
Yes. This proverb is very clever. And then it adds, too late.
Well, thank you for that cliffhanger. That came later. Okay. It'll be interesting to see what folks have to say about that. But let's get into the headlines, shall we? On the front page of Kenya's bold newspaper this morning, The Standard, gold money deals is the big item here. Web of intrigue. Sudan's crisis deepens as Darfur buries over 150,000 of its people. Yet shadowy gold deals thrive amid the chaos. Kenya hosts RSF warlords accused of fueling the bloodshed. Sudan has accused the United Arab Emirates of the International Court of Justice of violating the Genocide Convention by arming the RSF. There is little doubt that Nairobi's silence and missteps are bound to invite global scrutiny, raising questions about complicity in a tragedy driven by profit. Seems to be talking about the cyclical nature of this conflict and gold deals and diplomacy Eek. We'll look into the details of this story, but it doesn't get any prettier. Mount Kenya is in government to stay, MPs say. Sawa, we'll look at that. 21 killed and 83 injured in Russia attack that happened over the weekend, that like we saw. And looking at a few more stories just along the lines of this circle. Are Kenya RSF golden ties fueling the war in Sudan? Hemedti Bashir and rise of merciless militia. Why Kenya's name could come up in Sudan's case against the UAE. The president said over the weekend, Echoes of War, the play was a plot to corrupt children's minds, and we cannot stand for such things. Yesterday was Palm Sunday. Palm Sunday is the Sunday before the crucifixion, and it commemorates Jesus' triumphant entry into Jerusalem on a donkey. During this service yesterday, the state was told, respect Kenyans' rights to speak freely. Sawa. Look at some other headlines.
The Daily Nation queries over billions in Swiss banks. Now, billions of shillings collected from foreigners traveling to Kenya by President William Ruto's administration was banked in Swiss accounts in a questionable deal reminiscent of the Uhuru Kenyatta government's diversion of Eurobond proceeds to offshore accounts to bypass the consolidated fund.
Please, Dennis, just repeat that, please.
Yes.
Slowly.
Same script. Some 6.5 billion shillings in e-visa revenues was channeled to Swiss accounts instead of the consolidated fund.
As in, it was a mistake?
Nope.
Okay, sorry.
It was actually channeled there.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so let me repeat again. Billions of shillings collected from foreigners traveling to Kenya by President William Ruto's administration was banked in Swiss accounts in a questionable deal reminiscent of the Uhuru Kenyatta government's diversion of Eurobond proceeds to offshore accounts to bypass the consolidated fund. So the money is, remember we changed our visa coming into the country, so people would travel
the visa
with
requirements
ETA.
were changed.
Yes, the ETA.
Yes.
Yes, so electronic travel something. Yes, that one. So the monies never got into accounts, they were channeled to the Swiss accounts.
Why would you need to send money that was meant to come to Kenya to Switzerland?
Is that not what we're going to discuss when we're looking at the details of this story?
In fact, let's just hold on to that. We'll look at the story.
And why MP who recorded two colleagues fighting in Parliament is in trouble?
He should be.
He should be in trouble. He should be in trouble.
In fact, he should be in a lot of trouble.
Yes. Yes. Moses Kuria banks on his wife to save 100 million shillings property. Justice Franklin Mogeni last Friday blocked Garam Investments from auctioning the Juja apartments after Mr. Kuria's wife, Joyce Njambiga Dhungu, filed a case arguing that both the Ruaka and Juja properties are matrimonial assets.
I love it.
Yes. And state probe implicates Mediheal in trafficking of body organs.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
A government report has flagged possible illegal organ trafficking following an investigation into kidney transplants at a hospital in Eldoret, Uasin Gishu County. The Kenya Blood Transfusion and Transplant Services has found suspicious activity for trafficking after investigating 372 kidney transplants at Mediheal facility and transplant center since 2018.
Okay.
Yes.
Sawa.
All right.
Talking about over 372 cases.
Okay.
Well,
that's why they're cases. We'll get to hear more and more about it, won't we?
Yes.
Right. In the Business Daily, there is an article by a lady called Carol Musyoka. Last week, I posted on LinkedIn a request on behalf of a friend looking for an accountant. It became apparent many of us see what we want to see. Okay, good for you. High interest rates hand top banks an extra 61 billion. Top Kenyan banks pocketed an additional 61 billion from lending last year, tapping the gains of a high interest rate environment to increase their earning margins. Right. Diaspora remittances record slower growth. Kenyans living and working abroad sent home 159.5 billion, that's 1.2 billion US dollars, during the first 3 months of this year, marking a slower growth rate of 2.2%. Treasury clears University of Nairobi plan to build 4,000 bed students' hostels. The Treasury has cleared the University of Nairobi's plan to develop student hostels with a total bed capacity of 4,000 under the PPP model. Right? SBM Bank gets 819 million fresh cash support for the parent firm. Mauritius SBM Holdings injected an additional 819 million into its subsidiary SBM Bank Kenya in the financial year that ended December 2024, disclosures show. Kenya Pipeline bars foreigners JVs from 4.9 billion tender. A 4.9 billion Kenya Pipeline Company tender for an upgrade of fuel transit to Western Kenya and neighboring countries has run into headwinds after the state corporation rejected joint ventures and subcontracting to foreign firms. I wonder why. Bang in the middle of the paper, investors hit as savings bonds NSE returns fall. Treasury bonds and bills returns dip to single digits. Trump's trade wars butter stocks in the Nairobi browse. In the Star news, how foreign firms exploit gaps to dodge taxes. This is illicit cash flow on page 7. Then there is an article by somebody called Wycliffe Muga. The difficult journey to economic opportunity. The first one was in the top right-hand corner. This one is the top left-hand corner. The teal green disappeared.
There's no longer teal green. These people are trying to steal our joy. So which color is it now? Navy blue?
No, it's just there, just the color of the paper. So you can decide whether it's white, whether it's opaque, whatever it is. Right. Raila backs governors in fight with MPs over funds for devolution projects. And the beat goes on. Right. Family wants body of GSU son exhumed from Legio Maria Church compound. Okay. Bang in the middle of the paper. Yeah, the guy was buried in that compound. They say we don't want the guy buried in the compound. So, Kenyans hit by Trump policies. Thousands of Kenyans to lose jobs as US President's tough tariffs take place. That is the Star.
Okay. Even doing a car?
Even Divo.
Okay.
Ilivio.
We'll come back and we'll look at details of these stories. Let's take a look at what's happening with traffic and weather today. And then these stories, we'll look at them in detail. Nespa?
That's definitely pa.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
It's cloudy in Nairobi this morning. We'll see highs of 25 and lows of 16, 15, and we'll see sunny conditions in Nakuru. It's mostly cloudy at 14 in Nyeri, with cloudy conditions at 14 in Eldoret. Mombasa at 25 is sunny, with sunny conditions at 26 in Malindi. Clear at 20 in Kisumu with 18 and cloudy conditions into Kakamega. Kampala is cloudy at 19 with Dar es Salaam heavy rain this morning at 24. Mostly cloudy at 15 into Johannesburg, with sunny conditions in Mogadishu at 25. It's 14 and cloudy into Addis Ababa, while it's cloudy at 28 in Lagos and mostly clear at 25 into Kinshasa. Sunny conditions in Beijing getting towards Monday afternoon. It's 6 and mostly clear this morning in Paris, with cloudy conditions at 8 in London. It's clear at 11 in New York at the moment. Coming into Monday, we'll see highs of 14 and lows of 9.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice FM. Spice up your life. Traffic.
All right, not too busy this morning on most of our roads. Let's just take a look at what's coming off Mombasa Road, and traffic is flowing smoothly coming in from Lolongo out towards the Nyasid roundabout. You'll get through without too much of an issue, at least not for now. Traffic hour has not started knocking on your door just yet. Traffic on the southern bypass is not a thing, at least not for now. Jogo Road is starting to pile up with some traffic getting out towards Landis. Kamkunji will be busy as you get onto Haile Selassie. In and outbound traffic from Haile Selassie at that junction is starting to build, as it is on the thicker superhighway. Traffic coming in from Githurai is starting to pile up. Already bumper to bumper status in from Survey out towards the Pangani underpass, so that's doing a thing. Kiambu Road also starting to build. The northern bypass not doing too badly. Traffic is moving and moving swiftly as you get then through towards Kiambu Road. Let's keep an eye on how things kick this morning. We'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X. # The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Go on.
Okay. I just saw people pointing at me. I didn't know what I did. Did I do something? Okay. So let's think of the details of the story. City, can start with yours.
Okay. I'm going to look at the pipeline story.
Okay.
According to the Business Daily, the pipeline barring foreigners and JVs, joint ventures from the 4.9 billion trender, has triggered a fight among bidders seeking the multi-billion shillings contracts, pushing the battle to courts. Okay? The gas dealer Lion Moses Limited has petitioned judges to compel KPC to allow foreign subcontractors and joint bidding for fair competition and inclusivity. It argues that the upgrade is wide and requires multiple players to boost financial and technical capacity of the bidders. KPC wants to build tanks in Eldoret, Kisumu, and Nakuru, adding to the widening pipelines for transit of refined fuel products to locally and to neighboring countries, and reduce trucks, a slow and unreliable method that clogs roads.
Ati?
This expanding the capacity is supposed to make this whole process that involves fuel, its transfer, its transportation and consumption easier.
Okay.
That is the summary.
Okay.
So that's what they're doing now. That the pipeline barred foreigners, according to this article, and JVs from this tender, they've gone to court and said there are very many things that are happening here. When you increase the pipeline, it means you have to increase storage. All these things, it's not one thing.
Yes.
So because it's not one thing, all these facets require different players. Okay? And they're arguing, some of them want to bid for the diversity of things that are required in this expansion. In a summary, that's really it.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Right.
Sasa hii story ya kupeleka pesa ya e-citizen iende Switzerland.
Let's get into it.
Let's get into it.
Billions of shillings collected from foreigners traveling to Kenya by President William Ruto's administration was banked in Swiss accounts in a questionable deal reminiscent of the previous government's diversion of Eurobond proceeds to offshore accounts to bypass the consolidated fund. The 6.5 billion shillings in e-visa revenues was channeled to the Swiss accounts instead of the consolidated fund, which is the national government's main bank account run by the National Treasury, and from where there are stricter controls for withdrawals, including mandatory approval by the Controller of Budget. Former Attorney General Justin Muturi also recently claimed Dr. Ruto had pressured him to sanction the diversion of $1 billion, approximately 130 billion shillings environment grant from Russian oligarchs directly to the ministry's accounts, but he refused and instead insisted that the cash be channeled through the Treasury. Questions have been raised about the motive of wanting to bypass the consolidated fund for suspect arrangements like in 2014 when President Uhuru Kenyatta's government funneled 2.75 billion shillings, that is 356 billion shillings at the current exchange rate, Eurobond loan to offshore accounts, with the then Auditor General Edward Okoh expressing concerns that spending of the cash could not be traced and development projects. There you go.
I'm sorry, but which Swiss bank accounts? To whom do they belong? How did they get there? Who sent the money? Because the money that e-visa, it goes to, when you pay the e-visa fee, who does it go to? Is there a pay bill? It's the e-citizen 22221 whatever, isn't it? That money is moved to an account.
Yes.
Who moves the money?
So, in the deal for electronic travel authorization services revenues, the government contracted a Swiss firm, Travisory Border Security SA, to collect billions of shillings from persons traveling to Kenya by offering security screening services. The company was paid 1.5 billion shillings of the 6.5 billion shillings revenue it collected between August 2024 and February 2025, and the money was received at a Swiss account as opposed to the consolidated fund disclosures to Parliament showed.
I ask again.
Yes.
Okay, Sawa. You've hired this Swiss firm
yes.
to collect money on your behalf
Yes.
that come in from visas, whatever. They set up their platform, so when you pay, it goes to them. Now, what is the instruction? pay money to the consolidated fund, or hold this money and then send it to us later?
So the Swiss farm...
I'm looking for the scandal.
Yes, pretty much what is being seen here is the Swiss farm was contracted for security services to those who are traveling to Kenya, right? And these individuals would pay the Swiss farm. But what ought to have happened, according to the article, is the monies should have been deposited to the consolidated fund because they are monies that were collected on behalf of the Republic. Instead, the monies were taken to the Swiss accounts.
So they should ask the Swiss fellows the problem.
I think now the question now would be, what was the order or what was the directive from the Kenyan government to this Swiss firm on where to deposit the money?
So we can't raise an alarm until we know that.
Well, we can. Because our laws.
But is it prudent? Because would you want to say maybe they're holding the money? Maybe they have instructions to do otherwise.
Yes, but if the money isn't going to the consolidated fund, is there evidence that it isn't?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
Are we? Is this story being told before
the fact?
Before you see the process has been completed,
all the details
are shared.
Yes, because if indeed what they are saying is the truth, then perhaps more details actually should be furnished.
For sure.
Yes.
For sure.
Yes. Because pretty much I think what this story says is if the monies are in a consolidated fund, there are stricter rules on withdrawals and how it is being spent.
That we know.
Yes.
But how sure is the author that the money is not going to the consolidated fund? The story of the Swiss account is a juicy one.
Yes.
Yeah, it sounds nice when you think about it, because
Yeah, but then
when you pick on.
But what is even more interesting is I'm reading this excerpt.
Yes.
Former AG Justice Muturi recently claimed Dr. Ruto had pressured him to sanction the diversion of environmental grants from Russian oligarchs directly to the ministry accounts, but he refused and instead insisted that the cash be channeled through the treasury. I am at a loss here. If, in what capacity, as the ministry he recently held or as the AG? And again, if this quotation is to be taken at face value, then perhaps we need to understand the roles and the authorities that people who run certain ministries have with regards to money that come into the country.
Yes.
Because I thought this was purely the purview of the treasury.
Yeah.
So when other people come in, I understanding the legality of it will fall under the Attorney General as the prime advisor to the government.
On legal matters?
Yes. So, but beyond this, the AG doesn't give directions as to where money should go. Do they really?
No, but I think the
legality of the transaction can come to them and they can raise an issue and explain. But beyond that,
yeah, I think the AG only comes in when it comes to the contract arrived at between the two parties. But in terms of the movement of the funds or whatnot, that is under the purview of Treasury. Yes.
Anyway, the plot thickens.
There is more to it. Let's wait and see.
We shall. Are Kenya RSF golden ties fueling the war in Sudan? It's a question, but it also makes the headline this morning. Accusations of gold smuggling involving Sudanese militias and Kenyan officials have cast a harsh light on Kenya's murky relationship with a group accused of committing atrocities in Sudan's ongoing civil war. Can you see the ties already?
I cannot, because the truth be told, how long has this war in Sudan been raging?
Decades.
Did it begin when the RSF came to Kenya?
No. Let me give you some more details on this story.
Please.
All right.
Yes.
The scandal gained traction after the former Deputy President, Rigathi Gachagua, claimed that President William Ruto is enabling illicit flow of gold from Sudan to global markets, a charge that has ignited a political firestorm and raised questions about Kenya's role in the conflict. So what they're essentially telling us is the beginnings of these scandals were when former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua opened his mouth. Gachagua had gone so far as to call for international sanctions directly linking Ruto to the Rapid Support Forces, otherwise known as RSF, a Sudanese paramilitary group accused of widespread human rights abuses. The RSF in February signed a charter in Nairobi to form a rival government in Sudan, a move that has further inflamed tensions between the two nations. Now, Gachagua claims that President Ruto is actively supporting the RSF due to his personal business ties with Mohamed Hamidan Dagalo, that is the RSF commander, also known as Hemeti. Dagalo stands accused of orchestrating genocide in Sudan, and Gachagua alleges that their operations are intertwined with the gold smuggling network that uses Kenya as a transit point to funnel gold to the United Arab Emirates. Okay, now, the tellings of this scandal essentially are all based on the claims and allegations that have been made by one Rigathi Gachagua.
Right.
Do we know that this is what is actually happening? We do not. Is it possible then to build a scandal or build a story on conjecture? It absolutely is. Is it possible that these things could be happening? Yes, it is possible. But do we know for sure, with certainty?
Gold accounts for 70% of Sudan's exports. Okay? A lot of it is diverted to armed groups. This story is not a story that began yesterday. It is a decades-long story, okay? And if you were to ask yourself where the normal routes for smuggling takes place, it's in the UAE, Libya, and Chad, okay? As to gold coming through Kenya, it may very well be, but it's not what you consider the main smuggling routes. You have interests, foreign interests, that operate and help operate these mines. You have the UAE, you have Chinese and Middle Eastern firms, you have Russians, and there are some who argue it's the Wagner Group whose name has been tossed around on this continent over and over and over and over again. And some of these mines are controlled, like the RSF. Yes, they do control certain mines in Darfur. But the thing you must understand, militias are many, even in this region. And many of these militias function because they do what? They actually control mines. So they find ways of enriching and funding their wars through the gold that is mined.
Of course.
Yes. So when you look at the story of gold, the story of Sudan and the war that is in Sudan, you must understand that it is not as simple as it is being made to sound.
Plus, we must also understand that there are no wars, none that have been fought on this globe. There has been no conflict in the history of time that has not been over resources. There may be one or two conflicts where it turned into an international fiasco because somebody insulted somebody's mother, and then it became a thing and nobody really knew what they were fighting. But the majority, to the 99%, have been over resources. That when you look at this intricate conflict that's been happening in Sudan, the gold is at the heart and center of it, and other resources. It is not just people decided that they want to conflict because they were bored. There's something at the heart of it, CT.
There is something at the heart of it, and that gold, 70% of exports are gold. Now you tell me, if you are a rebel group and you own a sizable portion of that 70%, it means you have the money to do the things you need to do.
Absolutely.
Yes. Now, the back and forth accusations, the picture is taken of the president with the foreign minister for Sudan. Again, there are these accusations going back and forth. The Sudan conflict, it is not one. It is a series of conflicts in the Sudan. The longest period of peace was when Bashir was president.
Yes.
But he also was an army general who overthrew a government. This, unfortunately, has been their history. Yes. And as for Sudanese coming to this country, we also have a long history of them coming into the country. Yes. You're talking about factions that have disagreed coming to this country. We also have a long history of factions who are at war within the region coming to this country to talk. It is not new. Now, since we don't know the real details of what the president on our behalf agreed with the RSF, I am constrained as to what I can actually say. I can say they came, it angered the Sudanese government, but now we seem to be on speaking terms again. So the question is, do we really know what is actually going on? Do we honestly know what is going on?
No, that information has not been shared. And I was just looking at the strategic assets, especially the gold mining areas. Now, RSF controls mines in Darfur, crucial for funding the operations. Now, border crossings, that is RSF dominates crossings like Andre, that is the Chad border, which facilitates supply lines and regional alliances for RSF.
So when someone says the gold is coming into Kenya, you have to explain to us which ones.
Which ones, yes.
They are artisan miners, just wananchi, Juakali mining, maybe. But the sort of gold they mine and the tools they use, it's not very significant.
Yeah. Yes.
So if that comes through Kenya, maybe it does. But we've been accused of the same about mineral resources from the DRC coming into Kenya. So, I mean, it's a conversation that we have, but when one questions the veracity, one questions the statements, and you juxtapose it with the facts that should support it, then you find certain facts may be missing.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I mean, it's too intricate connection, like you talk about, especially in the face of conflict, for us to pass it off as just, something whereby one president of one nation has some kind of personal, thing in this, and so because of that we see the passage of gold, and that's why the conflict. It's got a lot more than that.
Yes.
It's a lot more than that, and I think we. If there is such a thing, to then be able to pay some kind of honor to the conflict, in quotes, that you cannot just pass it off as 2 or 3 individuals being involved. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of lives that have been affected, and not just this year. Like you say, it's a conflict that has been there for decades, and it's been like a series. This is just season I don't know what.
How was the RSF formed in the first place?
RSF was actually formed to support the government.
Precisely.
Of what is his name? The former president? Bashir, yes.
Yes, so they grew.
They grew.
But remember the atrocities that even the Sudanese government had committed in that Darfur area. Okay, so we're not talking about a history. This one is major because over 1 million people have left the country. And if you're talking about the damage and the deaths that have been there, they are colossal.
Talking about 150,000 buried just the other day.
These things have been going on. When the South Sudanese were fighting their war, numbers were mentioned. The atrocities that were committed.
Yes.
We are not dealing with it's a stats that are new because of the enormity, but we're not dealing with something that began yesterday.
The other day I was having a conversation with one of my Sudanese friends, and if you go to that country, the signs of war are so glaring, because in a population you would always find in every 10, around 7 people are maimed. Someone doesn't have a hand, someone is in crutches, and those are things that you see on a daily basis. So as we talk about this war and whatnot, perhaps maybe we just need to sit back and look at what we need to do for that war to end, because we're talking about people, 150,000 people killed and buried just the other day.
The thing is also the long-term effects of war and conflict is actually something that's being studied by very, very many people today, and at a PhD level. It's also forming part of my studies, that we see what is happening. Guys, do you know what happens to children who are in a state of conflict and the kind of adults they grow up to be?
Yes.
We've come in contact with people who are just, you would say these people are just naturally violent. No, they are not.
It's learned behavior.
It's learned behavior. Yes. That when this child has grown, they've grown up in a situation whereby, and we're not talking about punches in your face, we're talking about guns, knives, machetes taken to somebody else.
Decapitation. People losing limbs.
As you watch, as children. Do you know the detrimental effect it has on a child when that's what you grow up seeing? What do you expect is going to happen when you come into a conflict situation of just words with somebody when they turn 17? So here we are, and that's what has been said. We know that a lot of them who come to Kenya, for example, do we realize what is happening as a result of war and conflict? Do we then realize that the role that we have to play in terms of, number one, mediation is very, very big? That's why a story like this should be disturbing if it actually is the truth. Because too many lives are going through the holes, are falling through the cracks as a result of conflicts like this. But the lives that have been affected over the last 30 years, there are people who are 30 years old today, and all they know, all they saw is this. We know the stories of folks who walked from Khartoum to Kenya.
Yes.
We know. We've seen those stories. Hollywood has made millions from that. But I think that these stories should not be our portion. And that's why I do agree that there needs to be a lot more done for mediation and making sure that these regional wars that we speak about cease. and become a thing of the past, because we are sacrificing our future, our culture, our tradition on the altar of this conflict and some temporary gain. That's the way to start it this morning. Kenya's biggest conversation gets into conversations around the tariffs, another kind of war on a global scale. And we'll look into the details of that with Dr. Alex Maina. We'll do that at 7 o'clock this morning. Thanks for clicking in the room. Keep coming in and we'll keep talking. Good morning. It is now 7 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm La Ubaga. Politician and playwright Cleophas Malala has dismissed claims that he altered the script of the play Echoes of War, which was scheduled for performance by Butere Girls High School at the Kenya National Drama Festivals last week. Speaking during an interview with a local TV station, Malala termed the allegations insincere, noting that the play had successfully gone through several levels of approval, including sub-county, county and regional competitions without objection.
The adjudication sheets from the sub-county to the county and the regional level, all adjudication sheets, we had 9 adjudicators appointed by the Ministry of Education. They gave it a green light. They said, these are wonderful script. So at what point did they start seeing change in that script? The script that was performed at regionals was given a green light by 3 adjudicators, and we scored 90%. And they said, these are wonderful script. The adjudication sheets are documents before the court, and nobody should be incriminated for changing. No rule says that you cannot change a script. Pieces of work grow.
Malala added that his legal team is in the process of seeking compensation for the students involved and is also pushing for the play to be staged before a live audience to offer the cast closure.
And I want to tell Murkomen, these people you are calling children, they are seeing, they participate in the events of this country. They know what is going on. So when you call them children, they are not supposed to know anything. That is a mistake. As we speak right now, the cast that acted Echoes of War, in 2027, they will be voters. So will you still call them children? No. And therefore, I am committed to ensure, I have said I will use an adult cast to perform the play, but before that performance, we must honor those young girls of Butere by giving them an opportunity. In any public event, we also have other arms of government which make decisions. This is not a dictatorship. We exist within the limits of our laws. If the court declares so, who will this that will defy court?
Families of deceased persons in Nairobi will soon be required to seek alternative burial sites in the neighboring counties as the Ministry of Health wants Langata Cemetery closed. A task force appointed to assess the graveyard says the 100-acre cemetery was declared full 20 years ago and its continued use poses serious health risks to Nairobi residents. The committee wants the burial of bodies in shallow graves on top of other bodies to cease with immediate effect. Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka has questioned the government's report into the death of former Chief of Defence Forces, the late General Francis Ogola, calling for an independent parliamentary inquiry into the matter. Speaking in Mwingi, Kalonzo said there is need for a more transparent and credible investigation into the helicopter crash that claimed the life of General Ogola in April last year in Elgeyo Marakwet.
What has happened is whitewashing the situation. No Kenyan will believe that story. The only way to believe the story is to have an independent inquiry. General Ogola was taken out. He was taken out. Nobody will believe that story. And there was a story behind why they may have wanted to take him off. He was sent by the National Security Council to go to bombers of Kenya that time before results were released. In order for Kenyans to know what exactly happened, we need an independent inquiry, possibly led by Parliament. If parliamentarians feel intimidated, an independent kind of inquiry.
Kalonzo also raised concerns about the increasing number of fatal military aircraft accidents, calling on Parliament to lead an inquiry into the matter.
because we cannot have a culture where military leaders are taken out, political leaders are taken out. These helicopter crashes must end. This country will remain a democracy. And nobody is going to have to claw back on our democratic gains under our constitution.
That's the news wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
Spice FM, Nakuru. Traffic.
This Monday morning, what does it look like when you are coming off the Thika Superhighway? Well, let me tell you, it is traffic and traffic galore. It's coming in heavy from Githurai. It's going to find its way all through towards Survey and then out towards the Pangani Underpass. It's doing its thing there. Also quite busy as you come off of Kiambu Road this morning, so watch out for that. If you're coming off of the Northern Bypass intersection with Kiambu Road, that is what will happen. Some of that traffic will find its way then forming through towards Limuru Road and then out towards Muthaiga, so watch out for that as well. We're starting to see a build up on Jogo Road heading out towards Landis. The Southern Bypass is good for those who might be getting into the city coming off of Ombaso Road, finding their way out of the city or then into the CBD. On the Eastern Bypass, traffic is starting to build as you get towards North Airport Road and then the Embakasi Loop out towards the Cabanas interchange. So that's busy this morning. Wherever you look, we're seeing the beginnings of a busy Monday morning. Keep your wits about and let's talk and try to keep things moving. We'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
A very good morning to you, and you're tuned into Kenya's biggest conversation this Monday, the 14th of April, into the second hour of Kenya's biggest conversation, The Situation Room. Into CT and Dennis with you today as we look at things that have been swirling around in our minds over the last couple of weeks, swirling around in our minds every time we have conversations about certain things. And these are the conversations that we have in the Situation Room. In the hot seat of the Situation Room this morning, no stranger to the seat, but he joins us in a conversation about one of those swirlies, and it is about Trump's new tariffs and the answers that have been given to that, and essentially what it does mean for the world and what it means for Kenya. Our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X, and we say good morning to our audience on KTN. Everybody in the room this morning, and we're getting into it now. Dr. Alex Kamau Maina is a business consultant, and he joins us this morning. Daktari, good morning.
Good morning to you, Ndu.
How are you doing?
Thank you very much. I'm doing very well.
Karibu sana.
Asante.
All the economists and business people are now looking left, right, center, and they're saying, oh my goodness, now what does this mean? What does it mean for global trade? And we're looking at global trade, and then how does it affect us, and how are we going to then be able to analyze? And everybody essentially is getting their knickers in a twist, but we'll talk about that in just a minute and which direction essentially that we are going. CT, as you know, is in a different African country every week. He brings back proverbs from that country. He will tell us where he is this week and share the proverb, and then you will have the pleasure of interpreting that for us. Sawa sawa, Daktari.
Sawa.
Okay.
Right. We are in the Republic of Malawi. Wisdom is like mushrooms that come after you have finished eating. Too late.
Wisdom is like a mushroom that come after you have eaten.
Finish eating, yes.
Yes. I think that's a good proverb. My understanding is that more often we learn through experience. And by the time you are learning through experience, you have missed the right way of handling a situation. And that's why we say in the event that you try to do something and you don't succeed, the good thing is that you will have learned a lesson. And that lesson will be used by other people to make decision.
You put it very well. Yes.
Thank you.
Very well.
Fantastic. Good to hear. So, we're in 2025, President Donald J. Trump was inaugurated in January, actually on the 20th of January 2025. No sooner than had he put his palm down, he went and he sat in the Oval Office and he signed off on at least 5 new directives that afternoon. The next week, he did some other things that, everybody would turn around and say, what's going on? The biggest of them was the aid freeze, what we want to call the aid freeze, but essentially what they're saying is that they did a turnaround and they did a look around at their own economy and they said, you know what, we're not going to be able to do this anymore. And when they were looking insular, the extra or the outward manifestation of that insular action was that it affected very many countries around the world. What that meant is that the aid upon which these countries had been depending on for a very long time then essentially ground to a halt. Now, just when you thought it was safe to get out of the water, he turned the other direction and he said, and this is actually happening in rapid succession. So people were still reeling from the effects of that aid freeze. And then he said, you know what? I like this word called tariff. And what we're going to do now is we're going to increase the percentage on our tariff charges, or we are going to introduce tariffs on certain things coming into the United States. And in that one statement, what did that do? It plunged the world into yet another knicker-twisting problem. And they said, okay, well, we can answer in one way or another. China was the first to answer. And they said, you know what? You do me, I do you. And then they came a few days later and said, you know what? One of the only ways to be able to deal with this thing, shut it down completely. But that hasn't happened yet. Today's Monday. We expect the President of the United States to add another tariff to computer goods and chips and electronic chips that are coming into the United States. And what that is going to do essentially will throttle economies across the world. This is just the beginning of this conversation, and these are things that are happening as we can see. Daktari, from a business point of view, tell us, is it as bad as it sounds?
You have really unpackaged the whole story and the discussion of the day, and I would say it is as bad as it sounds, because US being the superpower, it is said that whenever they sneeze, the world catches a cough. And therefore what we are likely to do is that the kind of tariffs that are being imposed on goods getting access to the US market, the people that will be hurt the most, first and foremost, is the US citizens. And when US citizens are hurt, they will be hurt in this manner. For instance, if there is an item that was coming from China and it was costing 1,000 shilling, and it was arriving in the US market at a cost of 1,000 shilling. Now, with the imposition of 145 tariff, it means now it has been added 1,450. So the total that someone will be paying for that item that was initially costing 1,000, it will be 2,450. So
somebody in the US now.
Somebody in the US, because we are talking about a tax of 145%. And that goes across the many goods that find their way in the US. So what will happen in the US is that we are going to experience inflation. And inflation basically is the persistent increase of price of goods and services. And when inflation hits US, it will get imported or exported everywhere else. Now, every other government, they usually mishandle the concept of inflation. So you will see the US thinking that the country is experiencing inflation because of excess money supply in the economy. So they will think that the market or the economy is very liquid. So what do? They increase interest rates. They say that we want to mop excess liquidity from the market that is giving Kenyan the common mwananchi in the US the power to buy goods and services. So they now want to throw water on the overheating engine of the economy. So they raise interest rates. So when they raise interest rates, now the purchasing power of the US citizens gets eroded. and therefore they will not be buying as much as they were buying before. And that what would lead us to is now recession, because now factories will now stop producing as much because there's no consumer demand.
Okay. If we're looking at what would happen in the United States, for example, hedge fund billionaire the other day, his name is Ray Dalio, and he said he was worried that the US would experience something worse than a recession as a result of Trump's trade policies. He said that I think that right now we are at a decision-making point and very close to recession, and I'm worried about something worse than a recession if it is not handled well. We have something that's much more profound. We are now breaking down a monetary order. We are going to change the monetary order because we cannot spend the amounts of money. So whereby we look at the whole US sneezes and the rest of the world catches a cold kind of thing, the what would happen within the US then also is just as big. Before we go to then how it affects the rest of the world and the world's economy, we're looking at a situation where the President of the United States felt that if you tinker with these trade policies a little bit, you raise or introduce tariffs, what would essentially happen is that you protect American-based factories, or what would be the reasoning behind that?
Yes, exactly. That's the point. And actually, apart from protecting domestic farms, Trump thinks that the kind of revenue he will collect from these tariffs, he will use that revenue to give tax cuts to the citizens of US. So, and that's where at least I say it's a good thing for the US, because at the end of the day, if it succeeds, then they are likely to pay less taxes, because the taxes that they were paying domestically, that revenue they will collect by taxing other citizens of the world. That if it succeed, and it's something good, because it is the reverse of what the president of Kenya is doing. The president of Kenya is pushing Kenyans to pay more taxes, but Trump is thinking the other way around. However, before it gets to that point, it will, and I also start from where I had said that the US would increase interest rates on the on the cost of borrowing money in the US. Whenever the US increases interest rates, even Kenyan government will have to follow suit. We'll also have to increase our interest rates, because basically if they increase and we don't increase, the foreign investors who are here in Kenya, they would relocate their investments from Kenya to the US, because now the US government securities would be paying a better return than Kenya. So Kenya, to avoid that investors' flight, they would also increase interest rates. And here domestically, as we speak, we have had Dr. Kamau Thuge really been aggressive in persuading commercial banks to lower the interest rates that they are giving on loans on borrowers. And before even that sinks in, now we are being faced by a situation whereby the global interest rates are likely to go up as we follow the lead that has been that is likely to be created by the US.
But there's a different discussion, though, regarding those tariffs. There are those who say that as part of a wider strategy, it is often used as a negotiation tactic. Meaning, you force people to come to the table to discuss with you, and in so discussing, you have an opportunity to perhaps balance certain things in your favor. Dr. What do you think of that?
That is really true. And actually, that's the reason why Trump actually paused the implementation of these new tariffs. He extended them by 90 days. So as we speak, they are not in effect, only for China. The rest have been paused for 90 days. Why? There are three reasons that made that to happen. Number one is there was massive sellout of U.S. government bonds, U.S. government securities. If there was panic in the market, and everyone realized that U.S. could be headed into recession, and therefore I don't need to hold on their securities any longer, because if I do that, I will suffer a loss down the line. So what that triggered is the decrease in the price of the bonds of the US. And the decrease in price actually now now increases the interest, what we call the bond yield. The bond yield and the price of the bond, they are inversely related. When the bond price goes down, the bond yield goes up.
Okay.
And when the bond yield goes up, it means that if the government of US wants to borrow more, it means they will borrow at higher interest rates. And that's why actually one of the biggest
people borrow from their companies, their organizations, World Bank, IMF, largely controlled by the United States. Largely.
Actually, the biggest lender to the U.S. government is Japan, followed by China.
Okay.
Followed by China. So, and of course, now the you and I, the we call them the countries. Then we have institutional investors and retail investors. Now the you and I. So basically, if the interest rate goes up, the U.S. government would spend more to borrow in future, and that was the first hindrance that Trump had to consider. Number two. Next year, we'll be having midterm elections in the U.S.
Yes.
And Trump got scared that the sentiments that he was receiving from the political arena was that he would lose the midterm elections, and he wouldn't want to do that. Remember, in 2018, he did lose the midterm elections. And number three is now what Citi has just said, negotiations, that there are countries that are willing to come around the table and negotiate with Trump. And for that, many countries, even in Africa, have actually, like now Zimbabwe, they have said we are not going to impose taxes on any goods coming from the US. And other countries are likely to follow suit.
But Daktari, as you talk about what other countries are doing as well, it is a point where people would say it's a reawakening moment for many countries, because you see, President William Ruto the other day said he will equally just respond to the tariffs that are being issued by the US. You look at Namibia has already said, so let's talk about the visa issues, and if you don't give us a free entry visa, we equally just stop doing that. You look at the way other countries are reacting to this and the effect in terms of other countries' U.S. relations and also just the economy back in the U.S. It will be difficult back in the U.S. So in terms of dealing with this, especially, let's talk about Africa and finding solutions inward. Is that a way to go for Africa to just say, this is our situation, let U.S. do what it does, and Africa trade among itself?
I like that angle, but many times our president has promised to really implement some strategies, and it has always been a disappointment. I remember when the prices of fuel were rising, and he had said that he would go to Saudi Arabia and have a meeting with the OPEC. He argued that these are our trade partners, and I will have a meeting with them so that the prices can go down. Kenya has no financial muscle, or has no that economic muscle to really debate with the US in terms of saying that to retaliate. A smaller country like Kenya, the best chance is to negotiate, not to retaliate. The retaliation, we are leaving it to China. And Africa, unless now we empower what is called Africa Continent Free Trade Area.
Yes.
And we negotiate as a team, we negotiate as a group. If we continue to be fragmented, then we are not going to succeed. And that's why smaller countries, you see, Kenya, we are not badly affected. And I don't understand why President Ruto would be reacting. Because the 10% tariff on Kenya, that's the minimum that any country has been imposed by the US. A country like Lesotho, it has been imposed 50%. 50% tariff. South Africa, that 4%. Madagascar, 46%. So actually, us, we are okay. And the reason we are okay is because Kenya vis-a-vis US, we exported 737 million US dollars worth of goods and services to the US. We exported. And we also imported $740 million worth of goods and services to Kenya. So when you look at that trade balance,
it's almost the same.
It's almost the same. So for those people that the trade balance was the same, was balancing, then they were not imposed huge taxes. A country like Lesotho, they are exporting $237 million to the US, but they are importing only 2 million. So it is 2 million versus 237. And now that's what the Trump is saying. Now, this small country in Africa that is little known is actually sucking our blood.
Bullseye. So there you are. The problem here is that there is a need to have more money come into the United States, and that what would happen is that you would then be able to give huge tax reliefs to his people. It's one of the things he campaigned on. He essentially is wanting to do what he told Americans that he would do. Americans and those living in the United States that he would do. So you can see the pattern here, that if a country is importing much more much less than it is exporting, then I'm going to want you to not bring in so much to my country, and you're not taking so much from my country. I need more money within the continental USA. So if you're giving me less, I'm going to impose tariffs or tax or those tariffs on you, because then I'm going to make it more difficult for you. But if we can come to the table whereby you take a lot much more, or you take equal to what you give and take around the same number, then we're not going to have a problem. As by your own admission, you've talked about Kenya, which is more or less 737 to 740, more or less the same number. But you made a promise to the American people that you were going to give tax reliefs and you're going to make America great again. One of the only ways to be able to do that is to have more money coming into the country. Now, if you don't have as much coming in as you do going out, you're not going to be able to do that. So we are all here scrambling for something that a man was going to do for his own country. And now the rest of the world is making noise. So my question is, do we get to the point whereby protectionist policies, trade barriers, tax relief, etc., is all things that he's doing for within America, and then being able to negotiate? So my question is, beyond what it does from a personal country's perspective, should there be anything for the rest of the world to be worried about in this manner?
Yeah, a lot to be worried about, because the world is being led by someone who is not very reasonable. And the reason
but he's doing it for his country.
No,
they voted for him because of this thing he said he was going to do.
The reason why I say he's not reasonable is because you can imagine in Kenya we have 47 counties, and Nairobi is the headquarters, the most developed county, and the one that generates a lot of revenue. So Sakaja compares himself and a county like Turkana. Turkana is the poorest county in Kenya. And Sakaja says, we are buying goats and sheep and mangoes from Turkana worth 10 million. For instance, I've just put a very reasonable figure, 10 million. But the Turkana people, they're not buying any goods from Nairobi. Probably they are buying only for 1 million. And now he wants to punish Turkana, saying that we will not continue to buy meat, and those they are pastoralists. We will not continue to buy meat from Turkana because they are not buying as much from the Nairobi county. Does it even make sense? Because that's what Trump is trying to argue.
But Doc, in the same breath, an American who's sitting in America does not really care what the person in, say, Lesotho is doing, provided they have money in their pocket. Perhaps the wider conversation would be now how to have a trade that is balanced. Because while Lesotho, like you're saying, is exporting less, but is exporting more but importing less, it's because of the financial muscle. So how then do we create trade that would make sense for both parties is the question.
I like that. Number one, and why actually, as we speak, the trade deficit in the US is $737 billion. And it has always been like that since the end of Second World War. The reason for that is because, number one, the strength of the dollar. When your home or local currency is strong, it makes imports cheaper and exports expensive. So it is very easy for Americans to import because of the strength of their currency. So if Trump wants to reverse that, then he needs to consider of devaluing the dollar, so that he can make the imports to the US more expensive. But instead of doing that, what is he making? What is he doing? He's now introducing tariffs. Okay, that's number one. Number two is about the global supply chains arrangement. Global supply chain arrangement. Most of the American companies, they do production somewhere else, probably in China or in Africa, because of the labor cost in the US is very expensive. It's very expensive. So basically, they need also maybe to consider about the minimum wage rate that they have in the US, so that they can now reduce the labor cost and make now the companies that had previously gone to seek for cheaper labor somewhere else to come and produce domestically.
But then you have to ask questions in terms of, internal policies, in terms of how that's going to happen. The reason why they exported this human resource essentially is, like you said, number one, it was much cheaper to have, these factories, which many Americans themselves started to call sweatshops. Yes. It was cheaper to have them in China. Some of the biggest companies in the US have their production factories halfway across the world for reason that labor is cheaper, source materials are also cheaper, and just the cost of doing things generally is cheaper for them to come and be sold at whatever price in the US. Do you think that they would be ready to do that at this day and age? Would Americans then be willing to take those jobs which pay less than what minimum wage is in the United States today? Do you think they would be able to, regardless of how you restructured policy?
They may not be, but now that again explains why it is not possible for Trump to achieve his goal, because unless because the other factor is the US. It is a high consumer market. Because they are the superpower, they are the richest in the world. They have the ability to purchase, and therefore, as you are saying, now trying to negotiate with them to lower the labor cost is not a good idea. But even what Trump is doing, it is still the same. It is achieving the same result. What do I mean by that? You can either tell the people, you can either reduce the wage rate and reduce the price of goods and services in the country. Okay. Or you increase the wage rate, and at the same time, you also increase the cost of goods and services. That's what he's doing. So at the end of the day, the people are left at the same level, because now the wage rate is very high, but also because of the tariff, you have increased the prices of goods and services.
Dr. Alex Maina Kamau is our guest. It's our business analyst, and we're looking at, so tariffs from the US then being increased and in some cases introduced, and what this means for the global economy. That's the conversation that we're having in the Situation Room this morning. We're going to take a break and come back and look at, Kenya, Spotlight. What does it actually mean for Kenya, if anything? And why is everybody so bothered? Should we be? Or are there things that we can actually do to sort it out so that we don't catch a cold when the United States sneezes? It's 28 minutes to 8.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to...
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
The weather with SpiceFM.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning, 17 degrees, and it is 15 and partly sunny in Nakuru, 17 and sunny into Nyeri with sunny conditions at 14 in Eldoret. Sunny at 26 in Mombasa with sunny conditions at 27 in Malindi. The sun is up at 20 in Kisumu and 18 and sunny into Kakamega. Kakamega. Partly sunny at 19 in Kampala, and the rain continues in Dar es Salaam at 24. It's mostly cloudy at 15 into Johannesburg, while it's sunny at 27 in Mogadishu. It's 14 and cloudy into Addis Ababa. Lagos is cloudy at 28, with mostly clear conditions at 24 in Kinshasa.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. Spice FM.
Spice up your life. Traffic.
There is quite some traffic coming off of the Eastern Bypass, finding its way towards North Airport Road, around the Embakasi Loop, and whatever is happening on Outer Ring is in and outbound traffic. It's slowing down considerably as you go towards the Cabanas interchange. Try to find your way onto Mombasa Road. It's going to slow down just a bit, so watching out for that. There is traffic coming off Mombasa Road heading out towards Cabanas, so that's busy. Going towards the towards the Southern Bypass shouldn't have too much problems here at all, but it's very busy coming off of Thika Superhighway. Traffic crossing over all stops out towards the Pangani Underpass is doing the thing this morning. It's also very busy on Limuru Road, and traffic coming off of Ngong Road this morning is busy as it is on Waiyaki Way. We're getting into traffic hour. Let's see how Monday opens up. We'll talk SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Dr. Alex Maina is a business consultant and he's with us this morning in the Situation Room, understanding Trump's new tariffs and what it would impact on the Kenyan economy. CT?
You know, for every problem, there is a genesis. And for every problem, there are always those who say there's a solution. What we're discussing here, yes, the point of discussion begins with the tariffs that we refer to as the Trump tariffs. But the discussion is actually global trade and the influence of the dollar and what it is that these tariffs will play. The moment such actions are taken, the most likely reaction will be retaliation for those who feel they've been adversely affected. But if we take the argument back to the genesis, how this began and how it is that huge U.S. companies determined that they are going to do a lot of their manufacturing business in the Far East and China. It did not begin in 1 decade, 2 decades. It's began a while back. Okay, there was reason for it. But the thing that people enjoyed for the longest time was cheap quality goods because of that. Now, with that one decision, suddenly everything that was taken for granted and was considered to be easily, well, or cheaply priced changes. How exactly does that impact on the spending power of the American people, and how does that affect their own economy?
That's true. That's true. A good question. On the issue of tariff, and it's the same thing that we are discussing about inflation. Now that inflation is likely to come back to the US because of the issue of tariff. Now that is likely again to lead to recession at the end of the day. And the advantage or the milestones that African has achieved in terms of the AGOA. You know, since the year 2000, we have been enjoying the fruits of AGOA. AGOA means African Growth Opportunity Act.
Have we enjoyed the fruits of AGOA?
Yes,
we have. I would say yes, we have. Yeah. I would say we have because most of the exports from most of the goods that are processed at the EPZ, they are exported to the US.
Garments, yes.
Yes, and because we have been exporting goods and services to the US free, the US has not been imposing any tariff on African countries.
Yeah.
And now that it has reversed that agreement, and that agreement was first enacted in 2000. It went for 15 years. It was renewed for another 10 years.
Yes.
It is due to, it expires in September this year. And of course, chances of AGOA agreement being renewed for another couple of years, the chances are almost zero. But now what is good for Kenya is Kenya has only been subjected to a 10% tariff. And all the other countries that were enjoying the same benefits as Kenya under AGOA, they have been hit with a higher tariff rate. Let's talk about Lesotho. Let's talk about Madagascar. And our strength in terms of exporting to the US is the textile industry, textile products. And these textile products, our competitors in terms of exporting to the US is Vietnam. Vietnam has been hit with 47% tariff rate, Indonesia, and then we have Bangladesh. So it means that because our products have been subjected to a lower tariff rate, we are likely to be even more competitive than we were before.
But Doc, as you talk about the 10% that has been levied on Kenyan products, what effect does that have locally? Because then again, you see businesses have started complaining that cost of doing business has gone up, and as well jobs will be lost because of the same. So as much as you say it's just 10%, but what does this 10% mean to the Kenyan economy and the people who are working in those factories?
10% means something good, very good. It means very good because we are talking as is 10%, our competitors is more than 10%.
China is 125%.
145%.
I mean, it's Indonesia. But yes. It's 10% that was never there.
Yes. Yes. But you, to understand this thing, let's go beyond our boundaries and look at people who are benefiting from a similar arrangement.
Okay.
The moment they are paying more taxes than us, we have an advantage. In fact, a huge advantage. So it means the likelihood of us being able to export more and by so doing earn more has just opened up, just as a result of that. So the disadvantage to others is actually a direct benefit to us.
Because we look at it like this, that a piece of maybe a T-shirt, both Lesotho and Kenya, we are producing it at a cost of, we use the same currency, 100 shilling. Now, when this T-shirt gets to the US, instead of being sold at 100, it is being sold at 110 because of 10%. The one for Lesotho, we are talking about 50%, so it will be sold at 150. So in that respect, the sales from Lesotho will go down and the sales from Kenya will increase. And that compares with the same from Bangladesh, Vietnam, and a country like most of the Myanmar. East African, East Asian countries.
But we're still insisting that when you have a number as low as 10%, that comes to the realization that, okay, well, truth, and it sounds hurtful, but it doesn't really matter, give or take. If Kenya decided that today they were going to stop exports of goods to the United States, the US would not feel the blow as much as they would, and that's why you have a 145% tariff levied on China. That's why you have a 125% levied on countries like Mexico, because of the fact that you realize, and this was a thing, we seem to imagine that a country that had an entire economic system based on making money, the capitalist society, and they even named it Reaganomics, we seem to imagine that a nation like that would then deviate from that kind of global trade. It hasn't. It has come and it's doing the same thing that it would have done before, only that now President Trump has ramped it up a bit, where he says, you know what, it is time for US companies to start making money. It is time to reevaluate our protectionist policies. It's time to start putting more money into the hands of Americans. It didn't come because they're interested in what is going to happen in China or Lesotho. It didn't. They're very interested in what's happening within their boundaries. Now, how it affects them is probably something that has not been taken into consideration. But I'm asking, sorry.
Yes, please go ahead.
So I'm asking the question, whereas the rest of the world is so hinged on this thing that what happens if America sneezes? Are we saying that there are no other nations, there is no other kind of collaboration that can be done where other nations wouldn't need to catch a cold if America sneezed? Must it be that because America has that, the whole world is shaking and is in a panic? Why?
And it's a good question because the dominance of the US is slowly being challenged. First by the coming up of the BRICS. We have the Brazil, the Russia, India, and China, and South Africa being there. And actually Nigeria now are joining. Even Kenya, we have applied to be enjoined. And basically what that means, those 5 countries, they represent 40% of the world population. And in terms of GDP of the globe, they represent 30%. So if now this block continues to strengthen and operate, because right now it is so theoretical, they have not really started to implement the policies that they have crafted. But the kind of the uncertainties that the US continue to give to the world, it is actually strengthening these other alternatives that want to challenge the dominance of the US. Remember the story about the weaponization of the dollar. When Russia invaded Ukraine, US took advantage of their superpower to punish Russia, and all the dollar reserves that they were in the US or in the US control accounts for Russia, they were frozen. And it is at that point that the debate and the discussion about the BRICS even picked more momentum. And now the same thing has started because the issue of the US, and we have recently been hearing about boycott the US products. And that has picked momentum in Canada, in Mexico, and that's why we have seen even Tesla stores been lynched and been touched. And therefore, there's this kind of people saying that we are not going to allow US to continue bullying us. And that's where actually, that's what, before the US became the superpower, it is the UK that was the superpower. And the UK had that kind of an arrangement where they had become like the bully of the world.
Allowed to become the bully of the world, is it not? Because
they were clever.
Yeah, very.
They had something called a Commonwealth.
Yeah.
Where the countries that they had colonized now became members of the Commonwealth. They were clever about this.
They make you feel like you're part of a club.
Yes. They do. And they even have games to support it.
Yeah.
And they even have a fund that supports some of the program development.
And they give you a fancy pictures and stuff.
But you see, these discussions about China and Vietnam, what seems to be forgotten, American companies set up in those places.
Yes, they did.
They were not Vietnamese companies. No.
And hired locals to essentially carry out cheap labor.
Yes.
Yeah.
So when they talk about industry, those were American industries.
Yes.
Okay. And the profits were repatriated back to
back home.
The US.
Yes.
So again, that discussion is lost completely. What is now preeminent is how these countries have benefited. And that is not the entire story, is it?
That's true. China has been very aggressive in expanding their manufacturing sector.
Yes.
And that's why they have been creating incentives, even including allowing foreign companies to come and set factory there without being required to pay income tax. So it's something that they have done for the longest, and that's what has made them to be where they are today.
But also when you think about Chinese manufacturing and goods and things that they export to the United States, for example, when you think of Chinese goods, it's not this panko thing that you see that you use it for one day and it falls apart. No, it's stuff.
Those are manufactured for us.
Yes. You understand what I'm saying? So it's not as though they're sending the same things to the United States. Just like somebody has commented here that they're the ones who will actually bear the brunt of this thing, because that means whatever they purchase is actually going to be more expensive if it is actually agreed that these companies are actually going to send their goods to the US anymore. So when you say that the US is bullying, bullying who? They're continuing to do what it is that they've always done, and that's be insular and capitalist in their way of doing things. But my question remains, when we talk about accepting or receiving this bullying, because now when we shift the conversation towards what does it mean for other economies? What does it mean for the Kenyan economy? What are you going to do? Which is one thing that I've always been saying. These people who are looking insular, why can't we also be insular? Kind of like what Dennis has said. We're talking about this 1.3 billion strong market that's in Africa. Why are we not exporting and doing trade amongst ourselves first of all? Why?
And we've acquired the skills.
Yes.
Dennis, you're going to say something. Let me just pause what I was
Yes. We've acquired the skill, as City says. But then again, let's look inward in terms of as a continent, as Africa, 1.3 billion people coming together and agreeing, first of all, on a monetary policy, a single monetary policy that will mean this is the African currency. And if Africa thinks like that and has this monetary policy, what would that do to the other global economies?
It would mean a lot because as we started by saying, in terms of the issue of retaliation, Kenya is not in a position to retaliate. But Europe, because Europe, we have European Union, all the 27 countries, they have joined hands. So they are able to also say, you do this, we do this to you. The same thing, Canada is a big country, Mexico and China. All these other countries, even Japan has chosen not to retaliate. But in terms of Africa, if we can empower the African continent free trade area and come up with a single currency, that would be a good thing. Because it is very unfortunate that even us, Uganda is the Kenya biggest trading partner. But when we are trading with Uganda, we trade using a dollar.
For God's sake.
Yes. When we are trading within ourselves, Tanzania, Kenya, the East African countries, we trade using the dollar.
And that's what I'm saying, isn't it? That don't we have more issues, bigger issues to deal with than worrying that America, where they are, America, who don't bother with you about some of the things that you're dealing with here. America has now said that they're going to increase 10% for Kenya, and everybody is jumping about shouting. When you have Uganda here that you can deal with issues, when it is more expensive to travel within Africa than it is to go from Africa to Dubai, or that it is more expensive for you to go from Nairobi to Abuja or Nairobi to Johannesburg than it is for you to go from the US to London. Or that it is more, you have to go, for example, if you want to go to, you have to leave Africa to go and come back to. These are some of the things that I'm talking about. It's more expensive to travel within the continent. It's more expensive for you to do trade. And we have things that we can be worrying about. But then Donald Trump says something, and because it's an American global power, then we all start shouting. And we have things that we can actually be focusing on here. So when we talk about the effect that it has on the Kenyan economy, for me, it shouldn't be the effect that it has on the Kenyan economy. It should be the realization that we have a lot of work to do and we are not focusing.
But take, for instance, what it is that a country like China, whom we keep speaking about, or those Asian ties have done. The Americans indeed go and set up the factories, but they learn. Before long, they're doing something similar on their own.
Absolutely.
And competing favorably. BMW, please come and manufacture.
Come and do it here for us.
Mercedes, you want to manufacture?
Come and do it here. But for example, now, in those, they are called sweatshops, and there was a problem because they started to hire children to work in these companies. And that's why they got the name of sweatshops, essentially, because they were locking people up in factories where it was so hot for long periods of time. Do you think that Americans today are going to work for $5?
No.
So this thing that he's saying about make American, do you think that they're going to go and work do you think Americans will work for $5 today? Which is what they're paying people in Vietnam, in Thailand, in China. That's what they're being paid.
We have had advantages with AGOA. Okay? We have learned industrial tailoring, and we have understood how to produce quality. Okay? Now, we have the knowledge. But have we exploited that knowledge so that even if AGOA shut down, because at some point it must, we are able to continue with that way of working, knowing where to source the materials, how to go about encouraging that trade within the continent? Have we? Because that's what we were supposed to do. Or are our brains so wired that what we do well is to succumb to slavery? Because essentially, when you put yourself in a position where you have this dependency that doesn't seem to go away, you're actually enslaved. You may not think so, but you've allowed yourself
to be, and you can't even then see when an opportunity is hitting you in the face.
No, you don't.
I think we should be looking at, with the knowledge that you've gotten with the garment industry that you're doing right now, perhaps we should ask now the leadership of the country in terms of, okay, fine, we had the Rivertex, we had the Kikomis, we are planting cotton. How do we take advantage of all these industries that we have so that we boost the garment industry that we have and we open these trade to the wider African market or other international markets that we have good trade bilateral ties with? Instead of looking at US, we say we have this knowledge, we can take this product elsewhere.
Who leads this conversation of panic that we have? Because some people start the conversation, then we follow. The choir master lifts whatever that little stick that they lift when they're conducting, and then as we chime in and say, who lifts it and why do we listen? Because in all honesty, we didn't always have a Goa.
Yes.
And
it came in 2000.
Precisely. Before that, what were we doing?
Did you die?
Yes.
No, we did not actually. Have we understood how to take full advantages of opportunities? Forget just the exporting, but how we have now manpower that actually has specialized skill.
The skill is there, but we are not likely to profit from it because of the production cost here in Kenya. When you talk about energy, electricity, when you talk about the taxation that is within the Kenyan economy itself. So if now the US market is closed down, we don't have anywhere else to sell because we can't sell to the rest of Africa.
I tend to agree with you on almost everything you say. Allow me to differ with you a little bit on this one.
Yes.
What you say is true, but it is not the problem.
Yes.
Okay? There is some benefit we have derived. We are not seeking how that benefit can be monetized outside AGOA. Okay? Because it can. Who decides the cost of electricity? It is us.
It is us.
If we give rebates for certain activities, what stops us from doing the same? The decisions, economic decisions that are needed to make this thing workable are within our own means. We don't have to import those means. We have them.
We don't have when we say us, that is not very correct because the future of this country is in the hands of the political elite.
Again, I disagree with you. The future of this country is not in the hands of the political elite. We have decided that it is in the hands of the political elite, and we keep repeating it as though it is true. It is not true. The political elite are very finely tuned to what the citizenry think. Contrary to popular views, if the citizenry move in one direction, my friend, they also move in that direction. If we have sold our birthright and decided they must lord it over us, then they will lord it over us.
It is very unfortunate, City, that is the reality of this country. Because recently I watched President Ruto go for a tour in Mount Kenya, and he was launching projects and promising to launch more. But basically, the president doesn't have the power to do that. The president doesn't have the power to do that. The people who have the power to do that is the National Assembly through the process which is currently ongoing about the budget making process. So the MP of a constitution of a constituency will say these are my requests. I need road here, I need this and that, and all the 291 constituencies, their budgets are taken by the Minister of Finance. And now basically after the discussion, they will say this is the projects that we will fund. And the work of the president and the executive is to implement. So this story that the president is the one that is giving handouts or promising to do this project and the other, it should not be the case. And that's why, City, I'm saying that the future of this country, unless something changes, it is in the hands of the political elite. We know the law, we know the corporate governance, how the government is supposed to operate, but it doesn't operate like that. Especially when you know even the legislature, the two houses are in the bed with the executive.
You know, we are going to end this show today on this medley is very good. I disagree with you.
And I think on that city, I disagree as well. Because then again, it is us as the citizenry that have ceded that power to them.
That's true.
We need to take that power
That's true.
back, pretty much.
And that's why I'm saying unless we do that. Unless we do that, we'll continue to really be controlled by the few political elite that we have.
Until and unless it happens, it's going to continue.
Yes,
and you're going to have to get to a pushed to the wall situation in order for that to actually start to break. I think we see the beginnings of it. I think it continues when people start to voice their frustrations about why can't we be doing better, willing those in positions of power to do better. And so for me, when we look at what these tariffs and all of this next new economic dance on the globe is going to yield, that there is an opportunity for somebody else to take the floor. And I think we have to take that opportunity.
That's true.
Dr. Alex, Maina, Kamal, thank you so much for joining us this morning to look at this. More conversations to be had. It's going to be an interesting Monday because more tariffs are set to be slapped on different countries. And let's see what that will then come to bear. But we want to thank you for being in the hot seat of the Situation Room this morning. And that's the way to start it this morning. Thank you for doing so. We continue with more as we go into then IPOA. And the chairman will be here with us at 8. Good morning, 8 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Lea Ubaga. 3 suspected poachers have been arrested over the weekend while transporting 2 pieces of elephant tusks weighing 60 kilograms in Kubu, Meru County. Police and Kenya Wildlife Service officials said the tusks were valued at 6 million Kenya shillings. This followed a joint security operation in Kigene area of Nkubu Township. The 3 were transporting the tusks in a saloon car and had concealed the cargo in a sack. Police said they are still pursuing more suspects in the ring. The Archbishop of the Anglican Church in the country, Joseph Olesepit, has urged political leaders to stop making harsh remarks following the controversial Echoes of War play by Butere Girls High School. Olesepit says politicians should instead find alternative ways to engage with the public to avoid political hate, as well as be ready to accept criticism from Kenyans.
Why are people picking themes like the ones picked in the drama festival, which almost every school picked, on corruption, on mismanagement of resources, on lack of employment and opportunities for young people? These are the things that Kenyans are saying. Those are the things NCs are saying. And if we continue to give political answers by, bringing politicians in the play, and we are not answering the very questions what Kenyans are asking, then we are missing the mark.
Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen defended the decision to stop the performance of the play written by former UDA Secretary General Cleophas Malala, citing it as a move to protect students from what he described as corrupt political ideology. This comes as the Kenya Human Rights Commission has filed an application to pressurize the National Festival Committee to allow students from Butere Girls High School to perform the play. And in the international scene, the government of South Sudan has denied expelling the United States ambassador or ordering the closure of the U.S. embassy in Juba. A statement from Foreign Ministry spokesperson Puk Mayen says the claims are unfounded, terming the misinformation circulating on social media. Reports had indicated that South Sudan had closed its embassy in Washington, D.C. and ordered closure of U.S. embassy in Juba following a diplomatic dispute over the mistaken deportation of a Congolese national to the country. South Sudan had initially declined to accept the deportee and criticized the revocation of U.S. visas for all its nationals following the misunderstanding. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio announced the visa measure on Saturday Saturday, that is April 5th, saying it was a response to South Sudan's refusal to accept the return of its citizen being removed from the US. And still on the international scene, Tanzania's main opposition party has been barred from participating in this year's election days after its leader was charged with treason. Ramadhani Kailime, Director of Elections at the Independent National Elections Commission, said that Chadema had failed to sign a code of conduct document that was due on Saturday, meaning the party was disqualified from October's elections. Last week, Chadema's leader, Tundu Lissu, was arrested and charged with treason following a rally in southern Tanzania at which he called for electoral reforms. The CCM party, which has governed Tanzania since 1977, is expected to retain power following the latest developments. For hard-hitting, bold and stimulating discussions, keep it Spice FM. That's the news wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM. Kisumu. Traffic.
All right, taking a look at what's happening with traffic. We are into traffic hour proper, and it still continues as it comes off the Thika Superhighway, and that's coming in from Allsops out towards the Pangani Underpass. And then we see some traffic also forming past Wangari Maathai, and we're going to see that backing up just some as you get then towards Chiromo and then out towards Uhuru Highway. There is traffic then clogging up on the Globe Cinema roundabout. There is traffic on Jogo Road today, also coming off of Ombaso Road, then in from the Nyayo Stadium roundabout. All of that is starting to do the thing, and quite some actually, and it's way beyond before Capital Centre, so very, very busy there. And also as you come off from Gong Road, there's some traffic here as well. Wayaki Way starting to build, Lower Kabete through towards Spring Valley. All right, that's all happening, and we are in traffic hour, like I said. Let's see what happens as we go through it. We'll talk on Spice FM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Morning continues, and now we are at 6 minutes after 8 o'clock, and good morning to you. We continue on Kenya's biggest conversation, and just getting into more than we should, more conversations that we should be getting into. And as we do that today, our next guest is already seated in the studio, and we're going to be looking then at a number of things, specifically in terms of how the police service is regulated. The Independent Policing Oversight Authority is IPOA. The chairman of that authority is Ahmed Isaac Hassan, and he happens to be our guest this hour. Bonacha, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you very much for having me.
How are you doing?
I'm good.
Karibu sana.
Asante.
Good to have you settled in here. And we're looking at a number of things this morning. We're obviously looking at, the police versus the public. Over the last couple of years, there's been quite the brouhaha in terms of, who then regulates the police when they're looking at regulating security and such. But we're going to ask, before we get into that conversation, CT, as you know, goes around the African continent every week. He's in a different country this week. He's got a new proverb. He's going to share that with us. And we'd like to get your interpretation of the same. All right.
We are in the Republic of Malawi. Wisdom is like mushrooms that come after you have eaten. Too late.
Wow. That's a tough one. Repeat again.
I will repeat it. Wisdom is like mushrooms that come after you have finished eating. Too late.
I guess it means as you age, you gain wisdom. That's all I can say.
That's a very interesting interpretation. And it is true. As you age, you gain wisdom because you experience many things.
Just because you are wiser, because of you are getting older, doesn't mean that you were foolish before.
Indeed.
This means you have added to what you had.
You are just adding more.
Yes.
And you, as you go on, you add more. Yeah. Okay, fantastic. So, IPOA, Chair. The Independent Policing Oversight Authority, we hear it all the time. It's, thrown at us and say, okay, that's an IPOA issue. It goes back and forth. I want to start from the very beginning in terms of IPOA and its mandate. Tell us what that is for us to start with as an understanding.
Well, the history of IPOA dates back to the post-election violence in Kenya in 2007, when the police were accused of using excessive force against demonstrators, and the Working Commission of Inquiry, which inquired into the post-election violence, recommended a civilian oversight on the police. Then we had the Justice Ransley Commission, which again looked into the police structure, recommending for improvement in the independence of the Commissioner of Police, and also emphasized the need for a civilian oversight on the police force. And so, after the new constitution was enacted, we had Article 244 of the Constitution, which requires a civilian oversight on the police operations in Kenya. So that is the context of IPOA. It was put in place to ensure that members of the public who have a complaint against the police from murder, killing with the use of firearms, to complaints against harassment, extortion, bribery, sexual assault, failing to act on a complaint filed by a citizen. So all this is the mandate of IPOA. IPOA's job is to receive complaints against members of the police force, and also to receive complaints from members of the police force against their seniors, usually on matters of promotion, on transfers, and other administrative high-handedness of the bosses. So we look at both sides, basically.
Okay. How has IPOA, I don't know what period of time you want to give it, but how has IPOA then been able to handle some of these matters that you raise over the last, 3
IPOA was established in by an act of parliament, IPOA Act 2011. The first board, the first commission was established in 2014, and they were in place, and they helped in setting up the secretariat, the structure of the commission, of the board. We are now the third board, so it's about 14 years old as an institution, but it's still very young. It's supposed to oversight a police service. Remember, it was used to be called the Kenya Police Force, but under the new constitution, it was replaced with Kenya Police Service.
Yes.
To emphasize the service aspect of the police. And there are over 120,000 police officers across the country, in every county. But IPOA staff is 284 who are meant to provide that oversight in terms of inspection, monitoring, investigations, and oversight. And it's just 14 years old. And the Kenya Police Force is more than 130 years old. So we really have got a very big challenge in terms of manpower and the coverage of the country. But that's where we are now. And we despite these constraints, I have some figures for you. And my board was established was appointed in December last year.
Yes.
So we are just about 4 months old. So you will excuse me if I have to rely on data given to me by the secretariat, not of my head.
Okay.
Now the summary of the cases at 1st December: 6,081 case files concluded, 1,000 cases files forwarded to ODPP, Office of the Director of Public Prosecution. 267 cases are pending before court. These are IPOA-led investigations which have been approved by the DPP for prosecution, and they are now in court. And this range from murder, manslaughter, theft, and sexual assault, and physical assault, and many other misconduct of the police. And out of these 267, 106 cases were concluded in court, and 37 police officers have so far been convicted in a court of law, and they are serving jail term. Yes.
So, Ednah, you talk about the number of police officers vis-a-vis the staff at the commission, and then comes forth the number of cases that you're handling and the backlog that then does exist. So, in terms of the numbers that you're working on, in terms of the backlog that does exist, how is the commission, how is IPOA rather, working to ensure that these cases are dispensed with faster and that justice is served?
Well, we have to use what we have. And the truth is that our current investigation team, the investigation is the core function of IPOA. You lodge a complaint, then we have to investigate. Send up someone to the police station, talk to the officers there, talk to the people who have the complaint, gather evidence. That kind of thing. So you need investigators. And again, it's a 650. Staff establishment, we only have 77.
Okay.
And so you have complaints against police in all the counties in the country. And we use online cases. People can report any complaint through our online our toll-free number. We have got 8 regional offices, again, to try and reach the people, but we want to expand more to at least half of the county in Kenya. For those who are not close to us, we allow them to write the complaint to us. They can send us by email, by writing, or physically visit our regional offices. And then we deploy our teams to go and investigate.
Okay.
But this takes time and effort and resources.
What kind of cases are brought against police to IPOA? What are the kinds of issues that are presented?
So this is a summary of the nature of complaints against a policeman by members of the public. Threat to life, police unethical conduct, extortion, bribery, corruption. Police in action. Someone goes to complain to a police station, they don't take any action, they just tell him to keep on coming back. There's no fuel for the car. All manner of complaints against police for inaction. And then harassment, detention of exhibits after case is concluded. In some cases, we even have policemen who have detained cash bail, for example. You go to court, you go to police station, you are arrested, you put the cash bail, and when you come back, you don't get the money. And that actually is a complaint against the police. Death of individuals in police custody. Contempt of court orders. And administrative issues, like, in the detention facilities, lack of food or toilet facilities, those kind of things. Yeah.
Okay. So what is done about them? And how long does it take for these cases to actually then be paid attention to?
How it happens that a member of the public will usually complain, or a family member of the person who is affected, or a friend will inform IPOA through its official lines, the toll-free number, and through email or even through letters. Sometimes when the matter is a matter of public interest and it is carried in the mainstream media, we take action on our own motion. So we go and now start investigating as IPOA on these issues. Sometimes when death occurs in the police cells, the police also inform IPOA. They are required by law to inform IPOA on every death in the hands of the police, whether done by them or quote-unquote suicide in a detention facility.
Okay.
Yes.
So IPOA essentially works in an oversight capacity, but for the people.
Yes.
For the people.
Yes.
So if they
and not only for the people, and also
and even for the police
yes.
themselves, which they are people.
Yes.
So it's okay. So how long does it take if CT were to write a letter today and say, what happened to you, CT? Somebody harassed you? Somebody kept your cash bill? Okay, somebody kept your cash bill in the police station, and we write to IPOA today and say, for goodness sake, this case is over. My money has not been found via officer XXX. How does IPOA then sort out that particular issue? Because it's a simple thing: get the money, give it back, hold the person responsible. But how long would that take?
That should take 24 hours.
Does it?
Yes. I mean, it should be.
Does it?
And when IPOA comes into the picture, it does. But not always. In fact, we now have police complaining that they are unable to work because of IPOA.
What does that mean?
Because IPOA is seen as an irritant by the police, that we are always there to undermine them, to look for their bad aspect. Although we also work for them because from the last 14 years, I think IPOA has made so many recommendations on their housing, on their medical, on their mental health. And actually the Police Service Commission has responded to our recommendations in terms of providing counsellors to all the police commanders regions, providing AIE holders to the OCPD, in terms of the housing of the policemen, and also in terms of streamlining the promotion and the transfers, which are a big problem in the police force. So, but coming back to your question, yes, we are also there for the public. And the public, ideally, the police should be able to resolve complaints like that. When, for example, the OCS or the investigating officer is withholding, like, as you said, a cash bail, CT can go to the OCPD to complain. And the OCPD can, of course, reprimand the officer and tell him to give back the money. He can also come to IPOA, and once we write to the IPOA, to the OCS, that is done immediately. But you see, this is maladministration and inaction by a police or by a public office. So actually, there's also this body called the Ombudsman.
Yes.
The Commission on Administrative Justice. They deal with the maladministration and lack of a public office or public officer failing to conduct his work properly. So actually that you will have a choice of either coming to IPOA or going to CIJ. Yeah.
So Isaac, we talk about IPOA being the oversight body for the public and the police themselves. But here we're talking about you conducting investigations on a body that is supposed to also conduct investigations and pretty much just ensure that justice is done. How easy is it for you to do these cases and ensure that investigations are done right and that justice comes to Kenyans at the least time possible?
You know, in my previous life, I was the chairman of the Electoral Commission, and I thought dealing with the politicians was difficult. But I think dealing with policemen is even worse. It's even more difficult. And my team, my investigators, what they say is that there is a lot of reluctance by the police to open up and allow for investigations. For example, you will want to have maybe there was a demonstration and somebody was shot and somebody was injured, and you want to have a copy of the OB. You also want the duty register, which has got the staff who are the policemen who are deployed. You also want to see the movement of arms register. You know, information which you require to be able to conduct investigations. And this is available at the police station. The OCS can give it out. But they say, no, you must go and write to the IG in Nairobi to get those kind of information. So it's a delaying tactic. And we have been very strict on that. We have asked the IG to stop that kind of, and even give a signal to all of them that they are required to cooperate with the IPOA at the police station. The other thing is that, you are investigating their own. And you are not investigating a public, you are investigating a police officer, whether he's a rank officer or a non-rank. And there is always that temptation of, they call it the blue code of silence. Again, there's no, unless it is something which was so bad, there's a public interest in it and the media has covered it. They will give you information because you will hear from other officers about what happened. But sometimes, more often than not, there's a blue code of silence, which is a culture in the police force, and it's not only unique to Kenya.
So if that happens,
it's unique to all police stations across the world.
Sure, but then we also see a system whereby we also see instances whereby a code of conduct is based on a system of being able to uphold the law, regardless of what happens, whether there's the code of silence or not. So everybody seems to have started on that premise that we are doing the right thing regardless. How do you then, as an authority, work through that? If you're not able to break this code of silence, if you're not able to have people cooperate unless you now go for an external party to write a letter or to have some kind of intervention, would you say then that the authority's mandate is being met if there's so many obstacles on the way, like what you're saying?
No, these are just some of the challenges that we face in doing investigations, and it's not across all the counties in the country or all the police stations. Another problem that we face is also the contamination of a scene of crime. When it involves policemen, again, you find that once we come on board, already the scene has been tampered with, and so again that's another issue.
By whom, though?
By the
police?
Yes.
Okay.
Because you are investigating them. So this is always a challenge among our investigators that face, not across every scene, but
it's a challenge worth you noting. So it's something that's significant.
So,
but I have to ask you, sorry, Chair, that if a scene of an investigation is tampered with, and this has a direct impact on what somebody may have come forward with a complaint, how do you deal with that? It's important for you to have mentioned it, so it must be something that's significant. Who's tampering with these scenes, and does it seem like they're tampering with them intentionally?
Yes. Okay. That is once we establish that, of course, is another offence, tampering with the scene of crime. But if you look at the IG, and the police leadership now, there is an acceptance, I would say, of trying to reform the police, and we are all working together to make sure the police is professional and maintains the highest level of discipline. And then that way we have more faith and confidence of the public in the police force. And so we have to work through the leadership. The IG, I think, has come out very clearly to be very open to reforms, to even making sure that we use technology in policing in terms of automating the instant traffic fines, in terms of automating the OB, in terms of automating the P3. And we have even gone as far as to recommend that they have body cameras on the police officers, and also we put CCTV cameras at reporting office and the detention centers. So there's a lot of reforms which are going on, and to professionalize the police force, and the majority of the police are very good. So these are bad apples that are actually spoiling their name.
There's always been the talk of political interference in just day-to-day police work. That the police may be willing to take their work seriously and do what they are mandated to do, but politicians come into. Is this something that IPOA has experienced, has come across, and how true is that allegation?
I think it is a reality of police being encouraged or pressurized or unduly influenced to do certain things for politicians or for a political cause. But if you remember, if you saw yesterday, I issued a statement after I saw the governor of Isiolo almost slapping the OCS in Isiolo. And he was actually implementing a court order. They were doing an eviction notice, and the police were there to provide security. and he was chased out of that place by the governor. So it is that's one aspect of interference, because they were doing a lawful order and they were evicting the court order. And so we come out very strongly against that. But the actual people who are supposed to defend the police and deal with their work is the employer, who is the National Police Service Commission. Yes.
Isaac, there's a question that has been asked here by one Patrick. I wrote a complaint later against the police harassment that I endured in 2019, but my case went cold. For how long should I wait for justice? He's actually even putting the case number and whatnot that is in there. That's a question to respond to. But then again, there is also the matter of you've just handled. You've just mentioned something to do with court orders. The police officer who was effecting a court order in parts of the northeastern. But then again, we also. Same last week, we saw an incident where a police officer was served with a court order and refused to implement that court order. How do you deal with such matters?
Court orders, I think, as a constitutional, as a democracy, which upholds the rule of law, I think court orders have to be obeyed and implemented unless they have been revoked or overturned. And so, yes, that's also a misconduct on the part of the officer in not complying with the court order. Yes.
So how do you deal with this gentleman's issue where he's made a complaint and it's been waiting
since 2019?
Since 2019.
That is
we are in 2025.
What kind of complaint is it?
He talks about harassment. Actually, it even has a case number.
Has he filed it in a
he has
in
a case number?
Yeah, it has a case number. He complained in IPO.
Oh, it's IPO. It has got a... Give me this.
Okay.
I will deal with it after I leave this interview. Yes.
Okay, so Patrick, I mean that's interesting. So Patrick, your case from 2019, the chair has said that he will deal with that. So I mean he'll get the details of that. So that will be interesting to see how that is actually followed through. I want us to go to a break. The chair of IPO is here with us this morning, Bwana Isaac. But as we go to the break, I want to ask this question. There is the general perception that IPOA essentially just window dresses some of these issues, that it is toothless in terms of an authority, that there's only so much it can do. Sadly, things like that seems to then, give that argument wings.
The name.
What would you say would be the major problem that cannot then see? Because when we hear IPOA, people want to see that police are doing something wrong, they pay for the wrong that they do. And if they don't see enough of that, IPOA is toothless. How would you respond to that?
I think the data I gave you will not agree with that. I mean, over 3,000 cases investigated, over 30,000 complaints received, the same policemen convicted and in jail. I don't think you can...
have these been as a result of IPOA's intervention?
Yes, of course, obviously. IPOA has no powers to arrest, so we rely on the policemen themselves to arrest themselves. It is very interesting because here is a policeman who has been accused by a member of the public with either death or a rape. Or defilement, like we had in Embu. And then we investigate the cases, but you want to arrest the person now and take him to court for taking plea. And you can't arrest him because he's, unlike other public officers, they don't step aside. Once you charge them, they still carry the gun and they do their work. So the challenge was to have them arrested, taken to court, but we are relying on the IG and the police command to issue the necessary support. But we have also been trying to get the High Court to register the complaint, then issue a summons. That way, it becomes a court order for them to come.
Okay.
Yeah.
We are seated this morning with the chairman of the Independent Policing Oversight Authority, Ahmed Ishaq Hassan, and we're looking at police versus the public. We're going to come to the events of 2024 and look at the numerous complaints that have been made against police and essentially what is being done about them. We're talking about police versus the public, promoting accountability and transparency when it comes to them. We will be back and continue on the other side of this. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The fun never stops on Star Times. This Easter and April school holidays. Get ready for non-stop adventure, laughter, and learning for big and little kids. Renew your subscription for 2 months and get a free upgrade to the next higher bouquet for 2 months. Dive into the best kids entertainment with Boing, Jim Jam, CBeebies, Toonami, Da Vinci, ST Tunes, and Cartoon. There's something for every little explorer. Buy a Star Times decoder at any of our business halls or dealers nationwide for endless fun, action, and discovery all holiday long. On the move? No problem. Download StarTimes on app and enjoy your favorite shows anytime, anywhere. Dial star 858# for self-service. StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
The weather with Spice FM.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning. It's 18 degrees, and we're looking into a mostly sunny Nakuru, 16 at 18, and sunny into Nyeri with sunny conditions at 17 in Eldoret. Mombasa is sunny at 26 with sunny conditions at 27 in Malindi, sunny at 21 into Kisumu, while Kakamega at 19 is sunny. 21 degrees and mostly sunny in Kampala, and the rain keeps coming down in Dar es Salaam at 25. Johannesburg is sunny at 17 with sunny conditions at 29 in Mogadishu, 14 and cloudy into Addis Ababa, while Lagos is cloudy at 28. Kinshasa sunny at 23.
Spice up your life. Traffic.
Traffic continues on the Thika Superhighway this morning. It's coming in through 2 Ward Survey. There's also traffic on Kiambu Road today, and we're now seeing a build-up of traffic as you come in on Limuru Road. So that's busy. Lower Kabete 2 through Spring Valley, busy as well. As you come off of Langata Road, there is some traffic that's going to take you through towards Aerodrome. And off of Ombaso Road, traffic is tailed back towards Capital Centre. That's snaking its way through towards Haile Selassie. All right. Also, coming off the Eastern Bypass, there is some traffic. It's bumper to bumper through towards North Airport Road. So that is busy there, as well as traffic that comes off of Manyanja Road going towards Joko Road. We are still in traffic hour. We'll keep an eye on things. Help us out, SpiceFMKE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
24 minutes to 8 o'clock, and we're having conversation this morning with Ahmed Isaac Hassan, who is the chairperson of the Independent Policing Oversight Authority, otherwise known as IPOA. And as we've come back from that break, Chair, when we say that we are looking into a time where every other complaint has been against police, especially when we are looking at killing. I mean, let's just call it as it is. Killing, harassment, beating, torture. The questions are, what exactly is being done? Because those things are immediate in nature, are they not? When somebody is killed, it happens right now. Somebody is shot, it's immediate. And in the full glare of everybody else. Let's take the protest that took place in June last year. And that there were people who saw particular police officers take aim and take fire at Kenyans. Kenyans died. And people, through social media today, you don't have to hide. Mm-hmm. It comes out very quickly. People were able to identify, even took pictures. What holds IPOA from acting on such things just as quickly as the death was meted out on these individuals?
As you have said, those were very public interest matters. The public was alive to the killing and to the protest by the members of the public. And and even IPOA actually also monitors all police operations once they have been informed, including public order management, which is the protests. We also monitor police recruitment and other police operations generally. And so even during those protests, we had IPOA officers. Some of them were actually injured also, and they even ate the tear gas, like the members of the public. but so you were there. And on the spot, we started the investigations. And you see, we have to get the documentation in terms of getting the movement of firearms register, the stock that was used, the officers who are deployed where, when. You also have to ask for the operation order of that particular day. And according to my information that I have, this happened before we came on board, but the CEO was very kind to give me this information. We have already two officers have been charged. Remember, IPOA is not the only one which investigates these kinds of complaints. We also have the Internal Affairs Unit of the police.
Yes.
We also have the DCI. They also do investigations, and DCI actually sends the files to the DPP. Sometimes you will find the DPP getting two files, one from IPOA, one from DCI on the same matter. And so then the OTPP will then approve the charges. So on our part, IPOA-led cases, there are two who are in court. There's one particular case officer whose matter is pending before the DPP for approval. We have closed the two internally. We have also closed 4 as per directive from the ODVP, and 6 are under review, while 42 are under active investigations.
Isaac, one would beg the question. Let's go back to June 25th last year. And the investigation process, one would assume that there is ballistics that would be taken, the movement of guns, as you're saying. Does IPOA have access to the ballistics report from, say, the officers who were there, the bullets that were recovered during autopsy from these individuals to help in investigations? And if that is the route that the investigation takes, how easy is it for you to get this information? Because then when we talk about ballistics, we talk about DCI giving this information.
Thank you very much. That's a very, very good question. Yes, we also have our own officers who are trained in ballistics. We have even an equipment, the necessary equipment, forensic equipment, and laboratory in our own office. And these were donation from our donors. But you are right, when a public order management event happens and the police fire, you need to collect those cartridges, the used bullets, and then link it to the gun from which it was fired from, and then to the person who was carrying that gun.
Yes.
That way you're able to trace back the information.
Yeah.
Like I said, contamination of crimes, of scene of crime happens. Sometimes you may not be able to get those spent cartridges. And other thing is that, remember, our laboratory, the national laboratory, is at DCI. There was this big building with all the, you know about it. And there's been a complaint by members of the public and others that sometimes the ballistics and forensic which goes there is not professionally handled or independently handled. And that we actually need a more independent national forensic laboratory. And that only should serve the DCI and the police. But for us, we don't have the capacity to have our own forensic laboratory, apart from just having the minimal where you can keep the blood samples, the bullets which are taken from the body of the deceased, and this is something which I think is a challenge which is going on forward.
Okay.
So how do we get IPOA to work together with the IAU and DCI in concluding these cases? Because if you're saying it is difficult for you to get this information, how then would all these investigative agencies just work together in ensuring that justice is served? Because it's a concern.
I think sometimes the IAU is used to, IAU should just be dealing very small, minor disciplinary cases. But for the major criminal conduct, it should be left to the IPOA, I think. We are trying to recommend in the new law amendment that let's separate the roles very clearly between IAU, which is an internal body which falls under the IG and is appointed by the IG. So it's actually just a police mechanism. It's an auditor internal auditor within the police force. But for serious criminal conduct like murder or assault or other crimes by the police officers, it should be done by the IPOA. Because even the DCI, they still, quote-unquote, potential conflict of interest, because they are also part of the police service. And so I think it's an area where we are asking Parliament and the executive to support IPOA in having exclusive control on the conduct of criminal cases. Yeah.
Is that a conversation that is ongoing, if you had talked about, there's a lot of political innuendo around the authority, and then now going further to say, well, you know what, give us exclusive access when it comes to criminal investigations around police officers. Do you think that is something that they'll be able to release their control over?
It is an ongoing conversation. As you are aware, there's a task force, which is a working group, which is always there, working group on police reforms. It has been there for the last, I think, 20 years. It's going on. And we are members of the technical team. And there's actually a proposal to amend some of the laws, Public Order Act, the Police Force Act, Police Service Act, and IPOA, to try and align and remove all overlaps. And actually, to answer your question, we think the concept of civilian police oversight over the police is a very important function of our democracy. As a matter of fact, we have other countries like Zambia, Malawi, and Sierra Leone coming to benchmark and study on how Kenya is doing this particular area.
It's doing what?
It's setting up civilian police oversight. They're coming to, because they also want to set up their own. And we copied ours from South Africa. South Africa has got one of the best, I think, civilian oversight body in Africa. And so it's a going concern. It's a conversation going around even among the African continent in different countries. So we should be actually making sure that we resource IPOA, we give it enough power to do its work. And as a matter of fact, we are also recommending extension of the powers of IPOA to cover not only the police, but to cover the Kenya Wildlife Service, the Kenya Forestry Service, because when they're also using guns, they're also armed. But when somebody is killed in the game parks or the national reserve,
or if they disappear, for
example, like
Brian Odhiambo, we can call his name.
There's no mechanism to hold them account. So again, we are making that kind of authority to have a complete. And during public order management, during protests, apart from the police, even the prisons are sometimes incorporated into the police force, and they to get public order. And we are saying that even then, because they are conducting the work of police, they should also be investigated.
Okay.
Yeah.
So are you saying that currently there is no oversight body
for prison?
For all these other entities? None whatsoever?
No.
Okay. When you look at the problems that has been spoken of or have been spoken of as being some issues that serving police officers face and which sometimes hinders them from doing their work, have these been catalogued and understood? If so, what is it that is being done to ensure that they are addressed?
For the police officers?
Police officers?
Yes. I think, thank you. It's a very important question. I think one which we cannot always ignore, because we always assume the police are the bad guys, and that, but they have also a lot of mental health problems. During our studies, I was reading some of the studies. They say that there's blue on blue violence is also high. Police officers killing their superiors, their own, or themselves. And this is all about mental health, difficulties in life. And I think even Kwame said before he left office, I think they conducted, they deployed psychologists, psychiatrists to interview all the police officers. And he said 2,000 of them are unfit to serve because of mental health. And now, the National Police Service Commission has deployed counselors, psychologists to all the regions to help in the mental health of the officers. And I think the other issue is, of course, matters of welfare, their housing, their pay, and even the way they are transferred. And sometimes the promotion, which are unfair, you see someone who has served for more than 20 years getting overlooked, and somebody who has just come, maybe some few again being given the promotion. These are all, they build up into a problem. And sadly, if this is not checked, the public is going to suffer because there will be transferred aggression.
Isaac, when I have a matter and I'm coming to report the same to IPOA or I'm a witness in this matter, I need some assurances that I will be taken care of, that under the law I am safe.
Yes.
So in terms of witnesses being protected under IPOA, how is that? Because then again, there is fear from the public that even if I report this matter, I'm not assured of my security and safety.
Yeah, that is a very good question too. Obviously, when you are dealing with police, these are not ordinary accused persons. These are police officers who have got their own, who are armed, and they serve in the service. And so members of the public who come to complain, I think, have every right and expectation to be granted support. So sometimes we anonymize their names during investigations. Number two, the courts are also, if a witness is particularly scared or worried about his safety, the court can allow him to give evidence behind a curtain. And the worst case is to go to the Witness Protection Agency, WPA, which is another body whose job it is to give witnesses who are people who are witnesses in a very serious cases, and then they're given that protection. And maybe out of town, maybe they're kept somewhere else, even out of the country, if need be.
How long should these things take, in your opinion? When we look at some of these cases, I mean, because it's not your normal court case. It goes beyond that. How long would it be? How long would be acceptable, in your opinion?
I think because they involve members of the police service, officers of the nation, and it has a direct impact on the faith, the trust, and confidence of the people in the force and also in the government and the country. I think they should be done as soon as possible, in the shortest time possible. Maybe within 6 months, we should have everything wrapped up. Unfortunately, when we go through like you see, I've given you some data. There are so many files which are still with the DPP. He has not given the go-ahead to prosecute people. But we have finished investigations and they are lying with him.
Why? Do you know why?
I don't know. Maybe you have to ask him that question when he comes here next.
But you do ask. One would assume that IPOA goes before the DPP and says, we have presented this case to you a year ago, 6 months ago. We've wrapped up investigations. All things point to a particular direction. We've not heard any way forward. Surely IPOA asks questions.
I met him last year. He was among the first people I paid a courtesy call on. And when I went there for the courtesy call, I went with me the list of the cases which are pending in his office. And we asked him to fast track them and make a decision one or the other. Either you approve or you say cover A, return back and say we want you to cover A, B, C, D. Then you can do the file. So we have done that, and we are hoping that, and we agreed to send. He actually said he's going to set up a specific team to work on our police cases, because police matters are also matters of public interest, and so we are hoping that will stop. The other problem is the police cases or cases involving the policemen go through the normal court process. So you have a judge who is listening to commercial cases, family matters, other case, then the police one. Also, so you join the queue, like other cases.
So you're advocating for a separate court?
We had requested for a separate court, like the anti-corruption court. But we were told if we do that, I think some of the police commanders were not happy with that, by the way.
Of course not.
Why?
I mean, you are saying we are so bad that we have to get a special court for us. That was the kind of complaint I had. But the Chief Justice, to her credit, I think understood the gravity of the matter. And she said, first and foremost, she said, you are part of, we shall make you part of the CUC, the Court Users Committee, in every region. And number two, she said, we are going to give instructions to all our judges and the magistrates to prioritize police cases involving police because they are matters of public interest. So we're hoping that going forward, we will have less congestion and less time wasted in court.
Yeah. You know, there is the brick and mortar, there's the pen and paper office bureaucracy. We know how that is. But then also, Bonacha, you have to agree that there is the way things are on the ground. What perception is, what public perception is, really does matter. And also what public perception is formed by people's experiences. What people experience with the police, and that's not to say that every egg in the basket is bad, but what people experience with the police comes from the point that they feel they can get away with it and nothing will ever be done about it. Would you disabuse IPOA from that notion to say that, you know, police can't go ahead doing whatever they want because there is somebody who's going to check them and make sure that something is done? Can you firmly stand on that?
Yes, I can guarantee you that. Having been the chair now for the 5th month, and having studied the cases that we have, and I've gone to all the 8 regions in the country. I've met with the police commanders, the intelligence people, our own staff in the region, and other civil society groups who are in all our regions. I think everyone knows now that the police have there are very clear accountability mechanism against the police. I think the police of yesteryears are gone. When you hear them complaining that IPOA is almost, it's like they are working with their hands tied behind their back, according to them, or some of them. And I've had this told to me on my face by police commanders. Because we come, and then once something happens, we look like we are looking to fix them. Yet it's a matter of public concern. It's a matter of public interest. And I can assure you, IPOA is in a very bad place, between a rock and a hard place. Because you have this perception that we are part of the police force. We are just a toothless bullock. We are just covering up for the police. And then on the other hand, you have police commanders telling people that we cannot work because of IPOA. I mean, so I think we're doing well if we have complaints from both of them.
But it seems this element of intolerance regarding inquiries and regarding investigation is something one hears of very often. I want to go back to the training. When police officers are trained, are there units in their curriculum that enable them to understand just this very simple concept of accountability beyond the people within that same service? That the public also have that very right to determine and to ask for accountability. Does their curriculum cater for such an understanding?
No, it doesn't. In fact, I had this conversation with officers in Mombasa on Friday. We had a forum there. And they said some of them, since they left Kiganjo, they have never gone back to any training session. They left and they have been working for 15 years, for even 20 years. No refresher course even. So now we come here and talk about human rights-led investigations or human rights-led policing of the country. We also have to change the curriculum and make sure that they understand we're in a new dispensation. They're no longer the police force. They're a police service. You get me?
But Chairman, many government entities ensure that their people are trained, retrained. It's a process. Who has hindered this process from taking place among the police, given the enormity of the actual responsibility that they have?
I don't know. I don't know why they don't do that. I think the main training is Kiganjo.
Full stop.
Of course, they also have other training centers like the one on the border guards, anti-terrorism, the bomb squad. But those are specialized units.
Yes.
But overall, I think what I'm saying that maybe we need to have a refresher courses for some of them, and for them to understand we are now in a new dispensation. We have to go and use policing through the lens of human rights.
I mean,
that's all.
How do you have a training curriculum that doesn't align to the Constitution?
I think as well a training curriculum that keeps on changing, because then again we live in a time where technologies should be key and parcel of investigations as well.
Yes.
You know, in law we have what CPD, continuous professional development.
Yes.
You are required to go for every year at least some courses.
Yes.
And get 5 points.
Yes.
Before you are given a license to practice law. I think we should have the same for also for police officers.
Yeah.
And
it shouldn't be a suggestion.
No, it
should be mandatory, isn't it?
Yeah, it should be mandated in the law. I agree.
It seems that there's still a lot to wade through in terms of what's going to happen. I mean, like you said, you've been there for a short time to be able to see then how things can then progress and change, and then for the authority to actually be recognized as an authority on these oversight matters. But we want to thank you, Bonache, for being here with us this morning as we've looked at some of these matters today. Important for us to do so, and it will be important to see how they all develop into the future. Asante Sana.
Thank you very
Ahmed
much.
Isaac Hassan is the chairman of the Independent Policing Oversight Authority and has been our guest this hour. Thank you so much for doing so. Good morning. It is now 9 a.m.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Lal Ubaga. 3 people have died in a road accident while 9 others have sustained serious injuries. The accident happened on the same spot that left 5 people dead last week. According to Limuru OCPD Mary Gashie, the accident involved a lorry ferrying cakes en route to Naivasha and a matatu en route to Nairobi. We'll keep you posted on that story as we get further details. Now, 4 suspects, including 3 foreigners, are expected before a court for trafficking garden ants. Officials said the 4 would be arraigned before the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport Court of a garden ant trafficking case. The defendants, 2 Belgian nationals, 1 Vietnamese national and 1 Kenyan citizen, will face charges related to the illegal possession and attempted smuggling of dozens of live garden ants, marking a significant escalation in Kenya's fight against unconventional wildlife crimes. It's not clear where the suspects had originated with the ants, but further investigations are still underway. Now, Machakos Governor Wavinya Ndeti now says there is an intention to humiliate and remove female governors serving in various counties. Speaking in Kalama area of Machakos County, Ndeti said there are some leaders who are inciting ward representatives to table motions to Parliament to remove them from power, citing disappointment over the removal of former Meru Governor Kawira Mwangaza. Ndeti has called for women to be given equal leadership positions.
Kuna shetani imetokezea. Ile shetani last year wameua wanawake. So many women have died. Hii ni shetani nyingine imetoka ya kupiga magana na wote wale kina mama. Hii ni shetani. Yani women are endangered. Nimeona ingine wanapiga wanga huko, wanapiga Keheka, wanapiga Mbarire, wanapiga Wavinya, mumeua wakina mama.
This comes days after officers from the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission raided Governor Nditi's residence over allegations of embezzlement of public funds. In the corridors of justice, the case involving Daniel Mbaka Omoyo, the Deputy Clerk of the County Assembly of Kisii, and David Ondimo Kombo, the former Speaker of the County Assembly of Kisii, is set for mention at the Kisii Law Courts. According to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, the pair is charged with abuse of office on allegations relating to the alleged irregular recruitment and employment of Evelyn Mora Maruburi, a niece of the Deputy Clerk of the County Assembly of Kisii. The Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority is poised to announce new fuel prices for this period spanning mid-April to mid-May today. Notably, global oil prices have reduced significantly to a 4-year low. The significant decline in international crude oil prices, driven by a combination of economic slowdowns and anticipated supply increases, could translate into lower costs for super petrol, diesel and kerosene across the country. According to recent data, Brent crude oil prices have fallen to approximately $66 per barrel, while West Texas Intermediate WTI crude has dropped to $61.50 per barrel as of April 11th this year, marking the lowest levels since late 2020. The global oil prices have also witnessed a sharp decline in 2025, having dropped by approximately 13% since January. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi. Traffic.
It is busy this morning. Let's take a quick look at what's happening with traffic right now. And off the Thika Superhighway, that's been the thing since morning. And it's busy on the Eastern Bypass. It has been off the jump. Taking a look then at traffic coming off of Ombaso Road, heading out from Capital Centre. It is slow, bumper to bumper through towards the city. And we still see traffic then coming off of Wangari Maathai Way, finding its way towards Chiromo, trying to get towards Westland. So that also busy, then past Museum, very, very busy there. Haile Selassie will take on some traffic going on to Uhuru Highway, coming off of Uhuru Highway rather. And so that still continues, still in traffic hour. Let's see how we get through it, folks, and let's keep talking and keep moving. Spice FM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
A very good morning to you once again. And it's 6 minutes after 9 o'clock, coming off of that hour. We enter into another one right now. Our live streams continue on YouTube, on Facebook and on X. And the conversations that matter, we will continue having them. We will comfort the afflicted and afflict the comfortable through the conversations that we have in the Situation Room on Kenya's biggest conversation. We get into the final conversation for this Monday morning with Dr. Walter Obita, and we're going to be looking at why sexual and reproductive health rights must be central in the development agenda. Like we said before, we normally look at other things when we talk about the development agenda. Where's your trade? Where's your economy? What are you doing for manufacturing? What are you doing for infrastructure? How often do we look at sexual and reproductive rights? And that's the conversation that we will have this morning. Dr. Walter Obita is the country director with Mary Stopes Kenya, and he is our guest in the hot seat this morning. Daktari, karibu sana.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Very well, thanks.
Fantastic. Good to have you in the hot seat. We'll be looking at some of these issues this morning. And before we get into it, CT, as you may know, is in a different African country every week. He'll tell you where we are this week and he'll share today's proverb. And we would ask that you would give us your interpretation of the same.
Okay.
All right.
We are in the Republic of Malawi. Wisdom is like mushrooms that comes after you have finished eating. You've eaten, you're in the process of burping, and lo and behold,
mushrooms
appear.
And not the good kind. I'm kidding. Sorry.
Well, I would say that there is school fees in everything that you go through.
Wow.
Yes. Yes.
So after going through part of life,
yes,
and getting to see the experiences out of it,
yes,
there is an output, which is wisdom.
Yeah, which is wisdom. That's fantastic, I must say. Great to share your insights on that. And, jumping into our conversation this hour, we're looking into why sexual and reproductive rights ought to be considered for any country's development agenda. But let's start off a little bit with Mary Stopes and the kind of work that you do before we then are able to make the connect why these rights then must be considered. Please.
Yeah, sure. Thanks. And as I'll start off with what we do at Mary Stopes, we generally champion the rights, reproductive rights of women, girls, boys as well, and men in this country. And overall, our goal in this country is to see how we can increase access to not only contraceptives across the country, but also to sexual and reproductive health services across the country. We offer our services through various service delivery channels. One is through our network of 15 health centers, which are across the country. And we have one maternity that is also within the city. We also carry out our work in partnership with the government. And it's at national and county levels, where we strengthen capacity of the different healthcare workers. We build capacity in terms of quality across the different service delivery channels. In the counties, we do also outreach services where we take services out to the people so that they can be able to gain access, and also offer the services as enriched services at these public health facilities. We also have commercial sales products that we do sell across the country that are related to maternal health. There's Mariprist, there's misoprostol, which is important in management of postpartum hemorrhage, which is one of the main killers of our mothers in this country at this point in time. So those are broadly the ways that we serve our people. We also have a way that we can reach out to the people by calling us directly through a toll-free line. It's 0800 72 0005. So if people also have questions and need guidance on sexual and reproductive health matters, they can directly reach out to us from wherever they are.
Right. What are sexual and reproductive health issues?
Okay, good question. So let's even start with what is sexual and reproductive health?
You're asking me?
Yes, but I'll give you the answer.
Okay. Please go ahead. Yes.
Answer on City's behalf, please.
So when you're talking about sexual and reproductive health, you're literally talking about matters touching on sexuality. You're talking about matters that touch on the reproductive organs of men and women, boys and girls, and you're also talking about the reproductive rights. On sexuality, you're talking about how can people have safe, pleasurable, and satisfactory sexual lives, how they can be able to plan whether or not to even have children, when to have them and how often. You're looking at matters touching on if they're on contraception, the different options that are available. You're looking at how to safeguard boys and girls and men and women from sexual gender-based violence. You're looking at aspects of those who have infertility issues and how to ensure that there is fertility. Those who have, those who can get sexual transmitted diseases. How do you prevent it and how do you treat them? How do you check on the wellness of our reproductive systems in terms of vaccines for cervical cancer? So it's really broad. So when we talk about sexual and reproductive health, those are the things that we are literally talking about.
So, Doc, we talk about sexual reproductive health in this country. But then again, talking about these matters in our setting, we know it has been a taboo to talk about these issues. So especially in rural communities, how do we ensure then that this entire conversation gets deep to even the rural communities in the country?
Okay. So there are barriers that we need to break, basically in matters sexual and reproductive health. Generally, that as you have said, it's even a taboo to be discussing these matters in the home, in the community, which is part of the problem that we have. It has led us to have a higher increase, or rather an increase in adolescent-related pregnancy. We have abdicated this role to generally just people to speak about it along the corridors and not face it one-on-one with our children. And so in order to solve this issue, I think there are a couple of things that we need to do. First, be able to be bold enough to say that we do have a problem in terms of sexual and reproductive health. By being able to bring that out, then people start speaking out. The challenge that I've mentioned about our adolescent pregnancies, we generally have close to 250,000 adolescent pregnancies, or girls who have had a pregnancy within the age of 15 and 19 in that span of that age span. And let me tell you how that...
In what time period, sorry?
Per annum. That's
every
annual.
year. So essentially every year, 250,000 young girls...
Yes, aged between 15 and 19. And let me tell
are getting pregnant.
Yes, or have had a delivery. And let me tell you what that means. If you take our highways, let me pick one. So from Ombaso to Busia is about 950, almost 1,000 kilometers. And if you're having about 250,000 girls having a pregnancy, that means if you lined them up along that highway, then almost every 4 meters, you have a girl who has either had a pregnancy or is pregnant. That's how serious that issue is.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
So I within that number, from information that you have, how many of these girls are aware, and I know it sounds crazy, but you'd be surprised, are aware of the process that took them from being not pregnant to being pregnant, or aware of the information around what their needs are when they are pregnant or have children?
Generally, I wouldn't know the exact number, but from our experience in the industry, there are not many, because some of them get to find out they're pregnant after probably they have missed 3 or so periods. So it was not an intended pregnancy; it is an unintended pregnancy. People are not talking about how to prevent these pregnancies, and our young girls and boys are engaging in sex. So most of them get to hear about these when they come in to the clinic or to a hospital and they say that I'm having these symptoms of abdominal pains, I've not seen my periods over some time. Some of them, they experience it when they're actually in
labor.
And that's when the first time they have an encounter with a provider. Some of them, they may experience it when they have a miscarriage and they seek care at a hospital just because they're bleeding. So majority of them early in their reproductive ages are not getting access to this information. It's not openly being discussed in schools in terms of sexual and reproductive education. And so these are the outcomes that we tend to face from the society.
And are those rights, Doc? Are they rights? Is it your right to have access to this information when it then hinges on sexual and reproductive care?
Yes, it is your right. You have, first of all, you have the right to information. And sexual and reproductive health information directly impacts your life. So if let me give this example. So if you have a daughter and she is 16 or 17 out there, and her peers are engaging in sexual activities, and we have not done the right thing in terms of giving them information about what sexual education is, what sex really is, what it means to get an infection sexually that transmitted, what does it mean to prevent yourself from getting pregnancy at the adolescent age, what it means from a behavioral perspective. So it's not just the clinical side and the medical side we're talking about. There's also the behavioral side in terms of what we need to do to prevent these.
Doc, we talk about these numbers that you are stating here, 250,000 adolescents getting pregnant. But now let's tie that to, in terms of the Republic, the country now dealing with these numbers, because for any country to be able to deliver to its citizenry, there is a plan around it. Let's say, now here we're talking about unwanted pregnancies and whatnot. How would these come to affect development of a country or the country being able to plan for its citizens?
So as a country, we already have actual policies that have been developed to try and solve these issues. We do have a reproductive health policy currently in place, running from 2022 to 2032, and within it there are steps to start to plan and reduce this problem. One is to increase access to contraceptives across the country. Another is sexual education to be upscaled across the country. The other is to increase access to youth-friendly services within our public and private facilities. This was generally an issue because you would find youth going to a health facility, and there's a lot of stigma around them going to seek sexual and reproductive health issues. You would find them walking into a facility, and the first thing that when they say the services that they're seeking, the healthcare providers that they're seeking these services already starts judging them. Yeah. So youth-friendly services within our public and private facilities has been one other angle on the policy direction, and just generally increasing access to the services, being able to provide counseling from that perspective.
And is that changing? Mary Stopes, for example, young people able to come in and get information in a way in which it would be beneficial to them. Is that changing? And
That
how?
is changing. I can tell you, even just looking at our data for last year, at least 1 in every 4 people who come either to seek services or to inquire for services from our call center is a young person. And this has changed over the years, because before that you would even have it as 1 in every 8 or 1 in every 10. So yes, there is interest from the young group, from the young population, to be able to access these services from a professional who they can call. And that trend I see is increasing over time. Yeah.
We talk about the young people and the sexual health, and one of the things that one would then want to talk about is access to it, and we know where the young people are, which is on the internet, digital, and whatnot. So in terms of giving access to this to the young people, I mean, what are some of the innovations, technology, telemedicine, if at all there is, that Mary Stopes is put in place to ensure that that access is actually granted?
Okay, very good question. So one is we have gone into the spaces where the social spaces where we have these young people interacting, and so we have active engagements with them on TikTok. We have active engagements with them on Instagram, Facebook. Not too much for the younger people, probably. This is the group that would be on Facebook.
Don't look at City.
I know.
He's on TikTok.
He's on TikTok. Okay,
Yeah.
we have a call center, as I mentioned, that we can be able to engage. We do have a telemedicine platform where people can also make calls and get counseling or get a consult from a healthcare professional. And in terms of even just how we reach out to these people, we are now not only using technology, we are also having programs that go out to them to look for them and be able to speak to them either through our outreach programs. We are also not only just seeking to meet with them and solve the problems in terms of the sexual and reproductive health. We are also going further to try and see, for those who have also gone through these problems and have had teenage pregnancies, how we can also empower them economically. So we do have some economic activities that we are able to provide seed capital for, take them through how to grow their businesses, and they can be able to have some economic activities that they can be able to.
Could you give examples of specific activities? Some of the challenges you've had in implementing them, some of the successes you've had?
Okay, so we currently have one, let me speak to the one in Homer Bay. I was even just in Homer Bay last week. And we have a group of young girls who we have been able to support to come together who are who have gone through teenage pregnancies and have been able to come together to form a social group. We've provided them with seed capital to do poultry farming, and they're doing quite well. When we met with them last week, they're already having plans on how they can scale up their business by having hatcheries and being able to tap into wider markets. The challenge that we generally face in such activities is that we can provide some level of seed capital. As they also need to grow, they also need to have more financial resources, which we may not be able to provide adequately. So this is where now we also try to look for like-minded people to come and support. When it comes to financial literacy, they're not business people. Most of them probably dropped out of school because of their teenage pregnancy. So there's also the financial literacy and being able to meet that gap to know what is a business, what does it mean to grow it, how can I be able to scale it, etc. So there's a level of input we do provide, but definitely still room for improvement. We have been targeting, we have a program that is targeting about similar program, about 5,000 girls across the country. But when you look at the scale, that's probably just a fraction of the number of girls that need this economic empowerment activities to be able to move out of that hole of poverty, which is generally a cycle that you always get into once you've had a
and if you link it to sexual and reproductive rights, for example, how do we do that? I mean, I have an idea whereby you're saying that if you have something to do which is giving you some income every day or whatever, that the likelihood of then you maybe getting involved in sexual activity for money, because that's another reality. Are we saying that then improves on that scale, or how would you link the two?
I would link the two in terms of one of the reasons why you end up having this cycle is because you have a young girl who has dropped out of school, a young girl who thereafter has limited economic prospects, because again they have to take care of not only themselves but as well as their child. They are already dependent to the society, because they are a child raising a child. Now, to be able to tie that to the economic activities, if you have a productive girl or a productive young woman in a society, that means she's able to not only provide for herself and her children, she is not primarily tied to trying to get into an early marriage so that she can get out of a cycle of poverty. So that again removes her from other pregnancies that would come during the teenage period or early 8 years of her reproductive age. You are able to take them through also some level of education. So some of them can actually go back to school, finish their either high school and get into other vocational training that can also build them out of this poverty cycle. So it is not that if you do have a teenage pregnancy, you are condemned into a future of either poverty or a future of uncertainty that you can't come out of. So what we try to do as Mary Stopes is give them a head start in any way that we can, and then walk them through to ways that they can also come out and overcome the circumstances that they find themselves in.
So we talk about access to sexual and reproductive health, and that also ties in with matters to do with policy. So in terms of the policies that govern this area, are there policy barriers that limit or affect the access to sexual and reproductive health? And if that's the case, perhaps stakeholders like yourself, what are we doing to make sure that that is addressed?
Okay, that's a very good question. So, yes, we do have some policies that are a barrier to access. So, for example, you need to have consent from either parents to be able to provide a sexual reproductive health service to anyone below the age of 18. So what does that mean for our young girls who are 16, 17? We know they're engaging in sex or sexual activities, but they need to come to a provider and have consent given to them to access these services. Not only the consent part, you also have girls who, for example, or boys who are orphaned. So, and a number of them might not even have someone primarily taking care of them to give that consent. You find that another point, in fact, one of the policies, and it's currently in debate, is even whether to increase the age from 18 to 21 to be able to obtain that consent. So what does that mean for the other 3 years that you're trying to have consent be given to be able to access some of these services? The good thing about also what we do in terms of advocate for increased access is we also use literally data to inform what we are trying to advocate for. So in this circumstance, if when we don't have when we have, for example, the issue of consent, because I think that's the one I will post, you will find that because the young people are not able to access, say, contraceptive services or appropriate for their age, let me put it that way, they begin to use the wrong methods for contraception as they engage in sex. So you're seeing as though there's less uptake of, say, condoms around that age group. You have an increased uptake of the emergency contraceptive pill. Just last week, one of my colleagues was even mentioning that every Monday you can find pharmacies that are out of stock of the emergency contraceptive pill because they have just been consumed over the weekend. It's not the appropriate method of contraception for this group. You end up having an increase in sexually transmitted diseases. And as well as increased HIV cases. I think in 2022, almost 40% of new HIV cases were among this population.
I have to ask one question, Daktari. I hear what you're saying. Are we going to a break?
We are going to a break, but I'll ask you a question, TT.
And it can be answered after the break?
Yes.
Okay. There seems to be a gap. And individuals and entities that are like-minded understand and are bridging the gap. And you are looking for young people to try as best as you can to assist them with these matters which are crucial to them. Do you have programs for reaching out to their parents? Because in my mind, there's a problem. And the problem is not that young person. The problem is a relational one between them and their parents, because there's a limit to what the school can do, there's a limit to what entities like Marie Stopes can do, but there's something that parents can do. That's my question. It can be answered after.
Okay, maybe you want to hold on to that one and then see, Dr. We're having a conversation today really around the issues of how, sexual and reproductive rights will contribute toward any nation's development agenda. And we'll go into that. Dr. You remember the question, don't you? For good measure, we'll ask CT to hold on and repeat the question when we come back from the break. That's the conversation that we're having today with the country director for Marie Stopes Kenya, Dr. Walter Obita, and we'll continue with that when we come back from the short break at 27 minutes to 10.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The fun never stops on Star Times. This Easter and April school holidays. Get ready for non-stop adventure, laughter, and learning for big and little kids. Renew your subscription for 2 months and get a free upgrade to the next higher bouquet for 2 months. Dive into the best kids entertainment with Boing, Jim Jam, CBeebies, Toonami, Da Vinci, ST Tunes, and Cartoon. There's something for every little explorer. Buy a Star Times decoder at any of our business halls or dealers nationwide for endless fun, action, and discovery all holiday long. On the move? No problem. Download StarTimes on app and enjoy your favorite shows anytime, anywhere. Dial star 858# for self-service. StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
The weather with Spice FM.
Okay, partly sunny conditions in Nairobi this morning, currently at 19. It's 17 and sunny into Nakuru with 18 and sunny conditions in Nyeri. Now it's 18 and sunny in Eldoret, while at 29 it'll be sunny through Monday in Mombasa. 29 and sunny in Malindi, while at 23 it is sunny in Kisumu with 23 and sunny conditions in Kakamega. We're looking to a sunny Kampala at 23, and the rain continues in sheets in Dar es Salaam at 25. 19 and sunny in Johannesburg, while Mogadishu at 30 is sunny. Addis Ababa at 16 is mostly cloudy. Lagos is sunny at 28 with sunny conditions at 25. In Kinshasa, 22 and sunny into Beijing with 8 degrees and sunny conditions in Paris, and cloudy at 8 in London with 10 degrees and clear in New York.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. Spice FM.
Spice up your life. Traffic.
Well, the clock says we should be coming out of traffic hour, but what does it actually look like on these streets? A little bit of traffic still left on the Thika Superhighway, and it's busy on Jogo Road going towards Landis, with busyness happening still on Kangunta Road. We'll take a look at Ngong Road, which was not too crazy today. And Langata Road also said, you know what, we're not going to give. Maybe tomorrow, we'll see. But for now, it doesn't look too bad wherever you look. Haile Selassie will be busy with some parts here and there as you get towards Hulu Highway. On the other side of things. So let's keep in touch through the day, through the morning. Spice FM, KE on X.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
The country director for Marie Stopes Kenya is Dr. Walter Obita. He's in the studio this morning, and we're looking at issues around sexual and reproductive health and how it actually does contribute to any nation's development agenda. CT, your question.
Yes, my question was as follows. When we look at the services being offered by Marie Stopes and other entities that are of a similar mind, it tells us there is a problem. And you can point to the school system, you can point to the curriculum, you can point to environmental matters, you can point to peer pressure, you can point to all those, but I was saying I'm pointing at the parents. There seems to be a problem there. And I also said that given that we are Kenyans, I must find someone to blame. So I am blaming the parents. Yes.
Doctor, who are you blaming? I don't think it's a blame game.
Of course it is.
This is from many factors, as you have rightfully put it. So there's no silver bullet that if you shoot and you hit the solution on the parents and you forget about everything else, you're going to solve the situation. No, not at all. Because, yes, there's a role that parents need to play in terms of educating our girls and boys on matters of sexual reproductive health. There's the role of our government in terms of setting the right policies, legislation, and implementing. It's not just, it doesn't just end at drafting, and implementing. We have a role of our education system where we need to also have structured programs to be able to educate our people. What we do what you asked the direct question, so what we do as married folks when it comes to our parents. In many of our integrated within our county-related engagements, we tend to have generational discussions with different groups of people. One is also with parents, and we try to give as much education as we can on matters that they can be able to try and also discuss with their children. What's interesting also within some of these conversations is that culturally, some cultures just don't are just not amenable for them to have these discussions with their children. And so, pointing only at them and saying if they did this, then everything else would fall into place is not necessarily
this custom issue and culture. It's an excuse.
Not really.
It is, because when it suits their purposes, there will be cultural issues that they'll simply ignore. When it suits their purposes, everything they are doing will be because of the culture. Cultural issues being an impediment, let me repeat, is an excuse. Because in many cultures, the idea of educating girls was simply not a done thing. You waited for girls to get married, you were paid dowry, and life went on. We don't do that. The culture in some places are still retained. They have the option of understanding why other people within their own community educate the girls.
True.
But some prefer to stick to what they think suits their purposes.
True.
Yes. So as far as I'm concerned, let's look for another reason, not culture.
Why is it easy, I guess? Because this is what we're talking about here, isn't it?
Yeah.
That this information must be shared, must be communicated, and it is not happening. At least not in the measure in which it should. Why is it then that it isn't? Because we have to look at that. Why is it that you just allow a girl, or a boy for that matter, because we must understand, in order for reproduction to take place, there have to be the two. The two. So both have or need the information. So why are we still so uncomfortable? Why do we just not share the information? Why don't we? Children are born a minute every day? Every minute a child is born.
You are giving the example of the period when the AIDS pandemic was an issue.
Yes. That's, we were discussing it offline. So the time when the HIV pandemic was an issue, and we had many people getting infected, dying of HIV across the country, one of the interventions were on multiple levels. You would find that, and let me start with the education part, because it really is one of the key areas. HIV education was structured into our formal education system. Those are the days when you'd have Tuju was very strong on communication at that time, and he put up so many awareness forums and videos to educate people on what HIV is, what sexually transmitted diseases are, etc., etc. There was a component to also change behavior in terms of if you're to engage in sex, what does it mean to also have safe sex? There were people were speaking about it openly because people were being touched by this directly, whether it was a relative, it was a brother, it was a sister, it was a friend. And economically, it was also impacting our nation. So the gravity of it was touching on every aspect of our lives, and people were also seeing that we do need to change. We indeed we do need to change the trajectory of this infection. Now, coming back to our sexual and reproductive health, what you're asking, why aren't we also speaking to it as loudly? I think, in my view, it may not have touched people into that level of beginning to discuss it very openly. You will have people discuss it in social areas, but not openly. When it comes to even from our people in our legislature, not many of them will discuss this very openly. And these are the people who are supposed to shape up, say, our laws and regulations on how things should be done globally. So,
if we make the link, are we then essentially saying that folks who have a few more points on the development agenda are then more open about how they have conversations around reproductive and sexual health?
I would say yes, because it always starts with a conversation. When people are able to put their heads together to solve a problem progressively, that's where we start. If everyone is only speaking around closed corridors and we're not able to come and sit down and have an open discussion, then the engagement is already out of the room. So it starts with an engagement.
It's a bit of a conundrum, because
isn't it though?
Yes, it is. When you look at the population of this country and the rate at which it is increasing, people most certainly have sex.
Yes.
Now, why is it that we can discuss sex when we are thinking of having it or planning or coercing it, but when it comes to discussing other matters that relate to outcomes of that very same activity, we have an issue, and then we throw culture into it?
Or development.
Yes, and why must
Open
it be a
society.
discussion that we seem to only talk about when the lights are off and you're under blanket? Why?
In the dark.
In the dark.
So, you've raised something that is very critical in terms of during when Tuju was big in communications, you'd find that was the policy and direction that the government had taken discussing this. But we seem not to be seeing the government do that right now, because the only other time you find even parents discuss matters to do with sexual reproductive health is at that time when umeni let down. I was expecting more from you. But it is a conversation that no one ever thinks of the aftermath of sex, hence the reason why we need to talk about it before it happens, which is why.
In fact, he's partly answered your question quite well. We discuss more of it after the fact.
But do we discuss it in any constructive manner, really?
More often than not after the fact.
Yes, but even then, if after the fact we discussed it constructively, then it will be a good discussion.
Yes.
But is it really the case?
No.
No.
So that seems to be our problem.
Yeah.
Then that's how I see how we can link it to development.
Yes.
Because the same thing, whether we're talking about sex and reproductive rights, whether we're talking about implementation of other things, you have a plan, but you don't really deal with the thing until things have gone wrong.
Yeah.
We don't deal with it in the preliminaries. We don't deal with it in terms of sharing information. We don't deal with it in terms of being open and transparent. And then we have a problem, and then suddenly we want to deal with it. So how are we going to get to the point whereby CT gives us examples about, working with HIV and how they had to be very, very open about certain things. Otherwise, you cannot solve the problem. You will not be able to go forward if we don't. So that's the question. So, I have to throw in parents here as well, because you don't want to talk about anything with your children, but you want to talk about their math score, but everything else that involves this child, until they show up with a pregnant somebody or they themselves are pregnant, then you're going to say, oh my God, where did you learn this thing from? And who was helping you?
Yes.
But they've been in your house. Or where have they been?
One of the hindrances to actually HIV and AIDS communication and understanding it was actually the healthcare providers.
Yes.
It was found that they had issues with those discussions. Any discussion around sex, man, you could go around it and visit probably Egypt and then go back to South Africa, but to actually talk about it.
It's crazy. Even yesterday, somebody had to spell the word as though we didn't know what it was going to be spelled.
Yes.
Somebody had to actually say sex, and I said, for crying out loud, we know what it spells, right? But even then, you still you can't even say the word. How are we going to deal with the issues that come we can't even say it. We still want to spell it as though we don't know what it spells.
You know, it's so crazy because even today as we sit here, there is someone who wants to go to a pharmacy to get a pack of condom, but they don't know how to ask for it. Nipatie ile kitu.
Hiyo kitu ni ngumu. The point you say, Lucozade, yes, Lucozade.
Until you wait, the entire pharmacy is empty. Then you're like, "Patie kitu." You still can't say what it is.
So what? How then do you debunk? How do we get away from this? Because it's an issue. If we're talking about 250, that's a lot of people. If we're talking about 250,000 girls getting pregnant or having children every year, because between 15 and 19 they are still girls, they're still children having babies. Somebody got them pregnant and they are pregnant carrying children or having gone through the process of childbirth. How then are we having these conversations? Because we're talking towards a developed society. What conversations are we having? I know you're having big conversations around that this week, but what are we doing and what are we planning?
It's 40 years that Marie Stopes is celebrating.
Yeah.
Surely. That's enough time for, one to have figured out at least, because this is a continuing problem. If it didn't exist, Marie Stopes wouldn't exist.
True. And I think that's the day we are looking forward to, having a society where we'll not have any of these teenage pregnancies, none of our mothers are dying. But in order to reach that, I think there are multiple levels we need to think about. And there's work that we are doing in all those levels. One, there's at the community level. And there's work that leadership at the community with the community health promoters are doing in terms of getting this information out. If I use, let me say home, because I was in Homa Bay last week. They're doing tremendous work in that area. They're one of the counties that actually does have one of the highest rates in adolescent pregnancies. But what they are doing with the deliberate leadership all the way from the top is that you have the governor going down to the schools, to the community. You have the community health promoters within each of the community units, setting up barazas where they can have these discussions, have questions being raised. You have CSOs out in different counties advocating and speaking out to what needs to be done, not only at the community level, but also as parents and leaders. There is an aspect, as I mentioned earlier, on just being able to implement some of the sexual and reproductive health policies and laws that we do have in the country. We do have a role of strengthening partnerships between public sector and the private sector, so that even you're able to cross-refer client girls and boys and girls, and women between the two different sectors when they do need these services. There's an aspect on even our health workers. Not everyone can, as you mentioned, can discuss openly on sexual education matters, even with adults, not only our girls and boys. So there's also still room for these health workers to have capacity built around them. And then there's generally just the discussion about social behavior change around aspects on matters related to sexual and reproductive health. As I mentioned, it's not just the sexual component, but there's also the reproductive aspect around it.
So, Doc, how do we include men and the youth pretty much in this conversation? Because for a very long time, when you talk about pregnancy, you say that is for a woman to deal with. But then again, there is the other party that is involved. So how do we rope them? How do we rope the men in this conversation and the youth to just know these are some of the choices that I have when I'm engaging in sex?
Yes, and that's one of the lessons that came out when there was a strong drive to just focus on the girl child and the women, and forgot about the boys and the men. most of our society is also patriarchal. So you do need to have the voice of the male in matters reproductive and sexual health. In some cases, you'll speak to a woman even about a contraceptive method, and she will tell you, mzee lazima apitishe ama yeye ndio ataamua. So yes, we encourage. Now what we've also learned from that, we encourage them to have these discussions together. Yes, it's true.
Yeah, I know. I just the reality just hit me again that those conversations still happen. But please, sorry.
Yes. So I think there's a component where we also realize that actually sexual and reproductive health decisions are also they're supposed to be made also by both parties. So it's not just about the girl. It's not just about the boy. So also encouraging sessions where you do have both the girls and the boys, or rather in couples coming together and saying, these are your options. You can both discuss and decide what works for the two of you.
Yes.
When it comes to, as I mentioned, the men in this patriarchal society, once they also understand what it means on matters even from gender-based violence, when they understand matters on the importance of spacing even pregnancies. What that means to not only their family but also to their society, and then having them also champion others or the other fellow men in terms of being champions of sexual and reproductive health rights. So they definitely do have a role. Even from our general leadership, you have quite a number of our leaders being male. So if they also understand what their role is as leaders in this area, then you can also start getting advances in reducing this problems that we do have.
So what conversations, what activities are you having this week? In a couple of days, we're looking at, some things that will continue these conversations or put them on a broader scale.
So we are having discussions on some policy reviews that are currently ongoing on sexual and reproductive health. There are discussions on increasing resource allocations for sexual and reproductive health products included. Like, for example, a bulk of our family planning and contraceptives were primarily financed through USAID funds. What does that mean for us in the next couple of months or years? So there's that advocacy aspect we are driving. We are trying to see how to strengthen or to have inclusion of some of these services within the UHC framework and through social health insurance, because being vertical programs, they were not primarily put into the benefit packages of our social health insurance. So seeing how moving from vertical funding from programs to integration into our UHC framework for financing through our social health insurance programs. So those are just some of the conversations, and also just from our devolved perspectives, not only just at national level, just being able to have additional resources on sexual and reproductive health within the counties. At least so far we've had advances in that in Kilifi, in Kakamega, in Vihiga. So we are still pushing for increased resource allocations and also across the different counties, not only at the national government.
Do you see the conversation? Usually we say, well, the government has to do something. It's always somebody we can hop up to easily, but here I see this as something that it's got to be collective.
Yes,
because these are children, these are families, these are partners, spouses. That if we're saying that this is one item that contributes to the development of any country, then this is one thing through which everybody has to be involved, isn't it?
Sure. Absolutely. So everyone has a role. Everyone absolutely has a role, and this is not that call for serikali.
This idea.
No. The government has its role as a steward in this respect. They are the ones who allocate resources. They have that role, but also everyone else has a role, as I had earlier on mentioned. So I'm not saying that as a primary role. This is serikali. Idea as the silver bullet to solve this problem.
But even as we say, this is not for Serikali's idea. Fact that funding stuff like condoms, the low numbers of availability of that, how's that affected access to this?
It does, and that's why I say it does have a role, very critical role, as I mentioned, as a steward. But it's not the only role.
Okay.
So we do have, assume we do have these. Products of contraception availed by resources, but if we don't have a delivery channel for them to be able to be accessed, then we do have a problem. If we don't have the education component of how they should be used, then we do have a problem. If we don't know where to access them, so even if they're available, then we do have a problem. And so each stakeholder has a role, be it public, be it private. NGOs, CSOs, individuals, parents.
Parents.
I still do think also it's critical and it's important that, people around the country can walk into a Mary Stopes and get information that they need, anytime. And isn't that the thing? That every day off the toll-free numbers or even walking into a clinic and getting information about anything at whatever level, isn't it?
That is true. And our communication channels are either to our toll-free number, 0800 72 005. We do have active WhatsApp communications with people who are inquiring. Walk-ins can come in, make inquiries on matters of sexual reproductive health. Because also the service providers we have obstetrician gynecologists available. We have a whole clinical team who also carry out diagnostic services. We have a pharmacy that can provide medication that's required, and you can also get your counseling from there. We do have imaging services, so in case you also just want to come and find out how is my pregnancy going on, you can actually come in and we'll take you through your course of antenatal. So yes, we do have all these communication channels. We have flyers that we have also delivered, distributed, and have them in our centers that can simplify this communication.
Yes. Fantastic. Dr. Walter Obita is the country director for Mary Stopes Kenya, has been here with us, sharing vital and critical information. Thank you for the work that you do, and thank you for being in Kenya's biggest conversation this morning. Thank you so much. And to all of you, happy Monday. Thanks for starting off the week just right in the Situation Room. Good morning. It's 10 a.m.